Good morning.
Good
Hi,
morning.
Ian, how are you?
Doing all right.
Nice
How are
to
you?
see you. Good. Freezing this morning. Like so cold. Hi, Nima. I don't know if it's you guys, but or if
No,
it's
it's a
me,
it's a
meaning
cold
that
morning.
it's cold. And somehow our heater has decided it's not going to work. So I'm like,
Oh,
20 layers. I brought the big jacket next to me in case I need to put it on.
there is a very small chance that I will disappear today. We had a power
Okay.
surge earlier,
Um,
so
Ouch. Well,
yeah.
there's been yesterday too. My students last night had power problems, and
Hmm.
the shot center had power problems, so it's going all over the place. Well, I hope not, but hey, if it does, um, try to come back when you can, or
Yep.
later watch the recording. Yeah, lots of people have been having issues with power lately, so hopefully everyone's okay. Morning,
Yeah, I
everyone.
don't
Hi,
know.
Monica. Nice to see you again. Hi, Mark. Hi, Victoria, Vicky, Vic. No, Vic was Vic Parvin in the other class. Sorry, I've been saying Vic. It's like Victoria. Rebecca. Let me see. Hi, Amy. Who else is there? Oh, Miguel and Deirdre. Oh, Deirdre, I got your message from yesterday. So I'll make a point of showing them again. I mentioned the the handouts that I wanted you to read, but then when I sent you that email, I didn't put in their names or attach them again, and so she was requesting that. So hopefully, when someone like that says that, when one person says something like that, I'm sure there's at least 2 to 3 to 5 others in class who have that same idea. I must have not mentioned it and reinforced it. So yeah, I'll point it out again. All right. So who else is joining us today for the first time other than Monica? But she's been in my classes before. She knows the whole connection routine and stuff. Oh, I guess everyone else has been here. Oh, there you go. Hi, Alyssa. All right. Mark, I read your message that you're still having issues with the applications, even though you purchased them, that they didn't install. So, but the fact that you couldn't connect with IT either, it makes me think that it's something, yeah, something's up with your computer. I don't know what to say, but hopefully we can get you working. Were you able to set up with VDI? Oh, your sound is off. Your sound is off, so go ahead and unmute yourself,
Yeah,
and I'm going to rename you.
I tried a couple of times,
Okay.
and it just, for some reason, it just had the strange messages. It said not syncing or something like that.
Well, we'll see. But your applications, but is VDI up and running or not?
As far as I can tell, yeah, from Tuesday it should be.
Okay. Okay, good. All right, so I need a reminder. First of all, good morning, everyone. Again, as I just mentioned, one to the people who first showed up here, I'm freezing. So if you see me suddenly put on my hood and my thick jacket, don't be surprised because I'm so cold this morning. Go ahead and go to the chat, everyone, and give me a good old hello so that I know that everyone knows to get there. And it also helps me with attendance and stuff like that to have you guys just registered in the chat. And give me a reminder who is still on VDI today, because I know that some of you were buying it, getting in and out, and some of you are not. So if you're on VDI, give me a yes. If you're not on VDI, then don't say anything if that means you have your own computer. I just want to see who is on VDI. Okay. And I'm going to join us from our second computer. Well, I'm going to wait and see if I need it. So I don't push the system a bit that much. All right, so only Victoria today. Is that it? Everyone else? And Mark, I'm assuming you're on VDI today.
I'm assuming you. I don't see it on screen, but sure.
Well, when you say you're assuming you're on VDI, you need to connect each time. So you were not still connected since last time. You would have had to go and do it. Go to VMview .vdi, vmview sbcc.edu. Here, I'll put the link in here again. So you can just click straight on the link that I put in the chat, and that'll take you straight to the access to VDI. Okay, let me share my screen to show you the process since on this one computer, I just joined on the other computer. I still need to do it. So basically that link I gave you should take you here, and you need to click on this right side link and it'll sign you. You'll have to sign in. I'm just going to go fast, but just show you the steps. Then you need to put the code that you're going to get on your phone or wherever you requested for it to arrive. Let me go pick it up. It's where's my code? Here it is. 765291. By the way, every one of you guys has to sign up and do the two-factor authentication setup for the next session for spring, starting January. And then here I choose student desktop, and then that means that you're into VDI. So if you haven't yet and you have time, go ahead and do it while you're still in class, so that if something is or isn't working, I can help you with that process. Okay. So once this blue screen ends, we're going to have a connection to the VDI desktop. All right. Now I'm going to change my share to include my other applications. I have things in the way. Okay, there we go. So, all right. So what, let me move you guys out of the way to see you better. Okay, good. I have everyone now. All right, so let me share the Padlet screen. What we have on the Padlet is pretty minimal this time. It was just our initial screen. So today, as we go around doing stuff, please make sure to, some of you guys who've been in my class remember that this has to be done every now and then. I get just kind of so much into talking about stuff that I might forget to remind you to get your screenshots and to post them. Okay, but just so that we're all aware, I'm posting also in the chat the link to Padlet. There it goes. And hopefully we'll have some good work posted here by the end of today. So remember, anything that anytime that you guys remember or would like to go, should we screenshot this? Just go and speak it out loud. So I might go, oh yeah, sure, everyone, please screenshot this thing and post it. I might forget otherwise to tell you. All right, so everyone head over to Bridge. And let's head over to the digital design techniques photos. Okay, there we go. And before we get going, any questions, anything that popped up left over from last week? Oh, Deidre's question, what are the handouts that I want you to read? Let me take you back to the class handouts. Now, I'm right in them right now, but in case you forgot how to get here, you just need to go to your pipeline portal. So let me just show you that one more second. You go into SBCC and sign into pipeline. Whoops, that's not the pipeline I meant to go to. You go into SBCC and go to your pipeline account. And once you sign in, you go to student resources, click on that, student resources. And then on the right side, you might need to scroll over to the right. There's your access to the pipeline, Google Drive, the school's Google Drive. And then once you're here, you need to go and click on Share Drives. And that's it. Now you should be seeing in Share Drives, you should be seeing the folder, Digital Design Techniques. These are all the classes I teach, so I have a ton of them, but you should have one or one per class. Some of you guys are in 2 or 3 of my classes, you would have 2 or 3. So we'll double click on Digital Design Techniques, and here are the handouts. All right, so the handouts that I was saying that I want you to read for sure was the graphic file types. Okay, so graphic file types. And the reason, Deidre, I can't put a link to them in an email like I linked other stuff is because if I link you to this and you're not signed into Pipeline and you're not in the whole system, it just will, if you're in your own personal email or something like that, it will not let you in, and then I'll get a message saying that you're requesting access, and it's this whole thing. Versus if you just come here to get them, you get them. The only other option would be that I would download them and send them to you, and I'm trying to get everything to be centralized here.
Deanna, just to clarify, Deanna, I was only wanting
Yeah,
the name of the file, not the link.
got it. Yeah, I forgot to mention it in the email. So anyway, and here's the other one, the new pixels image, size, image, and resolution. So I'm going to make the assumption, by the way, that it hasn't yet been read. But I do want it to be read by next week. Again, I'm not trying to have you guys learn from the handout. But I'm putting the name in the chat. There we go. So those are the two handouts. There's more goodies in there that I hope you're scouring and reading and doing stuff with, but those are the two that I would like you to read for sure by Tuesday, so that when I really begin to talk much more about all this metadata that's over here and stuff like that, you will not be completely cold on this information, and you'll have some understanding. But it is explained, and it's a very technical subject. And this handout that I'm sending you, instead of explaining in technical terms that are completely impossible to understand, it's this very wordy thing that tries to walk you through it in a way that hopefully kind of opens the whole understanding of it. And then you'll be still like, huh? And then when I explain it, you'll hopefully totally get it at that point. Okay. So just read it with an open mind and not necessarily assuming that you're supposed to understand it from that handout. Okay. Just approaching the idea of what it all means.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I've got a question. So I've got your screen up with the, with us. I've got the Adobe Creative Cloud desktop up. Were you saying that I have to go back into, or we have to go back into the SBCC account and do something from there?
Just to get to the handouts, I was showing how to get to the SBC account. But if you have your Adobe applications right now, I don't need you to come in here.
Okay.
But what this place is mainly a repository of a bunch of different informational tools that you might need. And also, this is the file that I mentioned is going to have all the access to the class recordings, and especially for people who mentioned that they might need to be in and out a little bit here and there with things that are going on, then this is the recording from last class. And then over here by the end of today, depending on how long it takes for YouTube to process or whatever, sometimes it'll be the next morning that it'll be ready, but sometimes I have it ready earlier this afternoon. Then you'll have a link here and you'll be able to click on it and get to today's recording. Okay. And so on and so forth. So that this is where that one lands. Okay. Jenny?
Oh, hi. I need
Hi.
to get set up on the computer. Hi.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to listen in right now, and I need to get set up.
Okay.
Okay.
So, but you are on VDI yet, right? You mentioned you were going to purchase
yeah,
it,
I
but you're
need
still
to-
on
yeah.
VDI right now?
I'm going to do VDI
Okay.
and then purchase the program and maybe we can do that this afternoon, and you can help me get
Okay.
situated.
Okay, so next week we'll have it, you'll have it set up.
Yeah.
And then once you're on VDI, for people who are on VDI, again, I'm sorry, I was trying to get a gander for VDI. It was Jenny, Mark, Victoria. You said you're on VDI? No. Who else has said yes?
I'm also on
I need
VDI, Victoria.
I need a show. You're on VDI, Victoria?
Yes, I'm all set up though.
Jenny-
I have Photoshop, everything open.
Jenny, yeah, I know you were fine handling it. So I was just trying to see Jenny, Victoria, Mark. Am I missing anyone? I think it's you three at this point. Okay, great. Yes, Monica, what's your question?
Since I'm not officially registered yet, I don't have access to the files on the shared drive.
Oh, yeah. So today, use myriad files that you've had from other
Okay.
times or classes to
Okay.
follow through. Because registration, because of Thanksgiving, people who submitted the registration over the last 3 or 4 or 5, well, ever since last week, There, if you did it on paper, because the class is full, so you need a signature from me, so it's a paper. It's been, they're still catching up. So yeah, that's fine. That's why some people don't have the material, but you know, that's just the way it is for now. So yeah. Okay. All right. So if you're on BDI,
Deanna?
Mark, yeah.
Sorry, it's Moni.
Mhm.
Just can I make 2 suggestions? I'm wondering if people can
Yes.
put next to their name, you know, like
Mhm.
VDI or something, then you have a
Oh,
visual to, that's just a,
brilliant trick to
that would be a suggestion. And then for Monica, I
that's a
went
great
through
idea.
and I checked what I had from the last time and
Mhm.
I didn't see any new,
Okay.
I think there was like maybe 1 or 2 new documents, but all of the,
I've actually taken some stuff out and
Okay.
then I rephrased a few, but yeah, nothing that'll hurt. Nothing
yeah.
that will
But-
affect you today.
but
Mhm.
all
Good,
of
perfect. So
the
I'll just find
images,
it.
the images were the same.
Okay, perfect. Thank
The
you.
images are the same. Yeah, the images are the same. Thanks. Yeah, both of Moni and Monica, which yes, I have to Moni and Monica in class, have taken quite a few of my classes. And so here and there, they've had access to images from the past. So good. So my last thing I need to check in with is Mark, are you up and running yet with VDI? Do you need a hand before we jump into it?
It's like it's on. It's on.
It's on? Okay, great.
How do I
Awesome.
minimize
All right.
how do I minimize this screen? I don't have this thing is filling the entire screen.
Yeah,
Yes.
so hit your escape key first. That's like the key first.
Okay.
Escape is the top left key of your keyboard.
That's great.
And then you have
Perfect.
to
Okay. I got you.
manually grab it and pull it over. Okay, finally warming up a bit. I turned on this little mini heater that I have next to me and it's like, phew. Okay. I can finally breathe. Okay, so last class we began to investigate InDesign, Photoshop and Illustrator, and so now what we're going to do is we're going to open InDesign. Now you might notice that I have a ton of files here in our handouts, but there's actually no specific InDesign files here. I have PNGs, AI, SVGs, DOCXs. These are all things that are material that go into our InDesign. But the actual InDesign file itself, the one that actually contains all this material, is an INDD and .INDD InDesign document. Okay, INDD. And there's none here. I have 1 or 2 inside of these folders. Hold on, someone's popping in. Let him in. There we go. Because we're going to be using these things to create our material, but I have a couple in here. So let's go ahead and open this folder called Missing Files and Replace Fonts. So we're going to double click on that guy. And then in here, we have another folder and an INDD. So the way it works when you have an InDesign document is, as you can see, there'll be little stuff in it, right? I'm going to select it. And all these little things that are in it are going to be, if they are images or logos or graphics, they're going to be held in a folder, hopefully right next to it, like this one, which contains your material. So if I double click in here, there's 2 photos that are the ones that are embedded, so to say. We're not embedded, linked. I'll show you that a little bit in that folder. So once you're in here, this is actually the material that's in that folder. So in order to know how to navigate here inside of VDI, we don't need to open these images. We actually need to go back to the main folder that holds them. And then we're going to open the actual InDesign document. So let's go ahead and double click on it. And when you first try to open InDesign, if you don't have it open yet, of all 3 programs, the one that takes the longest to open is InDesign. It, for some reason, uses all these resources. It takes forever to open. And then mine was already open, but I'm going to go open it now in VDI. And then when you do get to the place where it opens, you're going to get this message about files and sources and links and fonts and stuff like that. So sit there once you're there and wait for me to come back. I'm going to wait until everyone gets here before I explain that one. And then I'm going to go into my VDI and I'm going to open it. And over here, it's going to take its time. Why is this? There we go. Missing files and replace fonts. I'm going to double click in there and then I'm going to double click on that one. And so in this VDI where I don't have InDesign yet, this is going to kick InDesign to open. And you know it's happening when you get this little like, how do you call it? Little circle here that's kind of thinking. Okay, once you have it open and you have it at this point, give me a yes so that I know that it's working and that I know when most people have gotten it to get going.
Diana, I'm lost at the so at the files. I got into the shared with me the digital design technique. Which file was it?
So there's a folder right here. There in the file. I have it down here, and this one mixed by. It's the letter M, so things go by alphabetical order. So down here under missing files and replace fonts, you got to double click over there, and then it's called InDesign bifold brochure. I do believe we had this one set up in the class last time. I just didn't use it. I tried to use different things each class or create different products, different materials depending on the stuff I have. So I know you haven't used this one yet. Did you find it?
When I get there, the folder that's in there for me, there's one that says image and one says interior design bifold brochure.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
Okay.
That's the INDD.
All right.
Are you in Bridge? Are you trying to open it from Bridge or are you opening it from a Finder window or something like that?
I'm in Google Drive.
Oh, you're on VDI too?
Well, I didn't mean to be, I guess. I don't know where I mean, this is all.
You have the applications in your computer, right? You've got all the applications installed on your computer. So these should be somewhere where you downloaded the class files last time and you should be looking for them through Bridge, but it's possible that you're doing it. You also have the Google Drive connected to your computer, then you should be able to find them that way too. As long as you got to this and you're double clicking, it's opening. It doesn't matter where you're opening it from. So that's good. All right, I'm seeing quite a few yeses. Jenny, I know you said you were still setting up. Shelley. So Julie, just to clarify, yeah, I thought you said you had installed the applications in your computer, right?
I do, but I haven't seen anything where it shows me files that are in there. I mean, I just download.
So go ahead and share your screen with me because I need to help you figure this out so that you'll know. Go ahead and share your screen if you can, and I'll help you find. Okay, so let me move you over a little bit here. I need to see you on this screen to see you a little bit better. Here we go. Okay, yeah, you are. Oh, okay, you're in this thing called Creative Cloud Files. Yeah, this is a completely different place. This is Adobe Creative Cloud Online. Yeah, we're not going to go here. Have you downloaded onto your computer the applications? Like, you do have them in your computer at this point?
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, I downloaded that stuff this morning. So
okay, so let's go and do that. Let's open Bridge. So this is the internet. This is a cloud. This is you don't need to be here at all. This is like a web application. So just completely close your browser or minimize it. We do not need to be here in this place right now. All these programs have a little like web version that are really minimal, and that's what you would get if you open them from here. So go ahead and go into your just close this browser or minimize it. Go to that big old X over there and just get rid of the browser for now, or the tab or whatever. Yeah, close all that. Yeah. Now, same with here. Click on that and close that because this is not where you need to get anything. Go to the search in the bottom in your taskbar and put Bridge. Okay, it's not finding it, so it doesn't mean you don't have it. Give me a second here. No, that's online. It seems to me that you don't have the application installed. Go ahead and write in the search, go ahead and write Photoshop. Yeah, go up to that. No, you don't have them installed. Okay, so yeah, you don't have the applications installed on your computer yet. This is just going to take you to a browser to, which is what happened before, to open this stuff. So let me show you. Let's go back. Go ahead and click on that thing that says Adobe Photoshop software, so it does go back to your browser to show you that. You got you received an email from
I did, yeah.
and
And
you
I
followed.
I downloaded it, but there was several things. There was Creative Cloud, there were some other things, and I guess I wasn't sure which one we were supposed to be using.
Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna request remote control to see if I can give you a hand really quickly to get it going. Go ahead and see if you can say yes to that for a second. Okay, so give me a sec here. We're going to I'm going to do this for you. So basically we're taking to a page, take your password. Here's all the steps. Okay,
I'm pretty
so
sure I downloaded it because it did come, I mean, the whole application, not just Creative Cloud.
well, here's your Creative Cloud app.
Yep.
And hold on, don't use your mouse and me at the same time. Let's just have it be one person, or it doesn't work. Oh,
I'm not on
for
it.
some reason it's, yeah, no, for some reason it keeps, stay there. Okay, no, you're still in a free membership plan. For some reason it's disappearing every time I look at it, and it says your membership, free membership, like it. Julie Mercer, manage account. Password change, edit profile, your account. You're signed in with your personal email. It doesn't seem to me like you're using the school stuff. So view your apps. Install. So you haven't installed them yet. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and click on install and let's see if it lets you. Yeah, you don't. These are the free apps to try. You have to buy them still. So you're not signed in with the application. Like if you've purchased it for the, $40 or $80, you're not signed in that way here. So this is still telling you that you need to buy these applications. So, Bridge and Photoshop Express, these are free, so it's letting you install them, but the rest are not installed. I went ahead and click on this one for installation, so it's happening, but we need all the rest too. So you need to go back into your account. See, you're signed in with your personal email. Basically, I can't fix this for you right now. You need to join us with VDI right now, because this isn't something that I can help you with right now. It's basically your free account. It's the free account, which doesn't give you any of the applications. So I'm going to go ahead and open over here and give you vmview.sbcc.edu and let you get into this and sign in. I'm going to stop your share and go ahead and get into VDI. So put in your username and password. And for today, you'll have to do on VDI when you have a minute after class or after break. I know you said you need to go, but otherwise, yeah, you need to create your whole account, following every one of those steps that they tell you, because your applications are not installed. Okay, anyone else who needs help with applications? Otherwise, we need to get you up on VDI. Oh, Rebecca, your hands are up.
Yeah, I opened up this panel before. I think and I don't know how to go back, but I've got to where it says this document contains 2 links that are missing.
Yeah,
that's where
the
you
spot
should
to be.
Okay.
That's a spot to be. I was just, the whole point I told people to wait here is because I knew that there was going to be, as there were some people for whom the apps are working or not. So this is just the first time we're using this application. So I was just having you kind of hang in there and wait while we got everyone else up and running.
I got sidetracked
Julie,
a
if
little
you,
bit. I went from.
what's that?
I get a little sidetracked there. I went from pipeline to student resources to the Google support to my drive, and where am I going from there?
Mark, share your screen so I know where you are. And you guys, at this point, one thing that with tech support, you can get help from anything that's like a problem with your computer or installing applications that are part of the class. But after that, you're not going to get help for how to use the application. I'm waiting for you to share your screen, Mark, while I keep talking. Okay. I want to help you get to the right spot. But when you have your inside of InDesign and stuff like that, tech support isn't going to be the place to help you. So that's why I want to get to that place where I start. But anyone who today is having still issues with their applications, if they are not working, go to the school tech support when we're not in class and have them help you get set up completely. So Mark, are you going to share your screen or should I continue?
I think I just hit share. Oh, share.
Share and then share again. The bottom right button is a second share. There we go. It's 2 buttons for sharing. Yeah, so this is not VDI. This is your Google Drive, which is fine. Go down to shared drives, which is where you'll find the handouts. So see where there, the blue thing that you have signed up. This is my drive. You need to go one down to the one that underneath my drive that says shared drives. Yeah, so this double click on that and this takes you to the my handouts folder, which is great, but that's not where we're trying to be right now. Where we need to be right now is on VDI. So go click put in a plus sign there, make a new tab. And then, yeah, you go down to there, yeah, and click right vmview.sbcc, vmview. That is okay. There it is. Just hit return because it came in automatically. And you'll go there. Okay. And then on the bottom there, you're going to have to put in your code that's arriving into your Yahoo email. That's the OTP for authentication right there. 782-596, 782-596. Okay, 782-596. Go back to the multi-factor, 782-596. 782-596. Okay, continue. All right, and I know that Mark tried, he bought this stuff and he tried to get it installed, but he wasn't successful and he wasn't able to get through to tech support to help him. So helping him get onto VDI again. But if it becomes, go ahead and say click here because it looks like it's not launching. I remember that we had a hard time with this yesterday, last class too. I think that I'm going to stop your share because when you're sharing, things are slower. But you have to wait until this one turns on. And I know finally at some point it finally did yesterday, but I'm going to continue with the class. When you have it set up and running, or when you connect to VDI, click on student desktop and then let me know you're there. And if not, you might need to watch again until we can get you set up with the applications because it looks like it's getting really hard for your computer to connect to VDI.
No problem.
Okay, so hopefully that's happening back there and hopefully it's also happening for Julie. Let me know if you need anything else from me. And here I go. Okay, InDesign. Okay, so the rest of you are here. I'm going to clear your answers because everyone else answered that you're here. So let me explain. First of all, remember that when I showed you this application, I told you that there were 2 images that were in this folder, right? And when you look at this brochure, you don't need to go back to Bridge. You can just look at this here. Do you see how it has this little like chain link right there? This kind of is indicating that there's some links in here. What this means is that this document doesn't hold those photos inside of it. What InDesign does is that it creates links to images that are on your computer that it shows you inside of its document. So when you open the actual application, it tells you, oh, this document contains 2 links to sources, those images that are missing. It doesn't know where they are. It needs to find them. Now, when you've created this on your own computer and you've already established your own connections, it'll know how to find them and connect them. But for now, it's like, I don't know where they are. You need to tell me. So that's what it's telling you. You can find or relink the missing links using the links panel. So when we open this up, we're going to have to find where in our computer we have those links, which are in that folder right next to it. So that's what it's telling us. Okay, so let's all say okay. It's going to open. And then you're going to have another message. This message says that it's missing fonts. So for those of you who, some of you might know what a font is or a font isn't, but a font is basically a style of lettering that people actually design, right? So there's a designer out there in the world that designs a logo, another one that takes a photo, and another one that designs a font style to make it look a certain way. And those fonts are things that you actually need to either purchase the rights to, or you need to have access to them. If you own these applications, Adobe gives you access to, like, thousands and thousands of them. And so what this computer is telling you is that your computer does not have this font, and this document uses a font called Aller Regular, and your computer doesn't have it. So the document uses fonts that are either currently unavailable on your computer or are no longer supported in InDesign. As of last year, people who've had fonts in their computers for the last 25 or 30 years, there's a style of fonts that stopped being supported. It's so old and it wasn't flexible enough that like people who had purchased computer fonts professionally or not for years and years and years, as of last year, they became impossible to use anymore. Technology, it changes. So that's what it means by they might not be no longer supported in InDesign. It could be in Photoshop or in Illustrator and anything. So the designers who made these fonts originally, most of them have recreated their font in a new version. But if some of them, if you purchase them, might have given them you for free or not, but some are not recreated anymore. So we don't know. This isn't telling me either one. But what it tells me is if I close this dialog box, this is a dialog, when the computer wants to tell you anything, it opens a dialog box and you can't do anything else until you answer it, right? So if you close this box, then what InDesign will do, it will substitute the font that it can find with any old font that is the default font that InDesign uses, okay? Since Adobe Fonts couldn't find this matching font, when we can have 2 choices. We can say skip. If we skip, that means that we will let it be replaced by whatever basic font InDesign has, or I could go here and replace it by another one that I can download from the internet. I'm not going to go ahead and replace the font right now, just explaining. We're going to be one of the biggest conversations and issues and lack of compatibility in the world of design, marketing, product creation. It's always been fonts, because fonts are something that are forever going to be owned by someone, not owned by someone. The rights, the letters, it's like this big deal. So for now, we're just going to go ahead and say, sure, skip, replace with whatever you want to replace. So that means we're going to say skip. And what that means is that the fonts that are here are not the original fonts that this document was created. But for now, that's good enough. Yes, Amy?
On your screen, I just saw that you had Aller Regular, or was it Aller Bold? I have 2
Aller
different,
Regular.
both Aller, one's Aller Bold and one Regular. And with Aller Bold, it says that it's available on my computer, but it gives me the option to use it. Do you want me to share my screen so you can see what I'm looking at?
Yeah, go ahead. Does anyone else have what she's saying? It's possible that so like I probably have it installed already, and so it didn't tell me it was missing, but for you guys, it's telling that you can install it. So go ahead and share your screen. So thanks. Okay, I see that. So basically, it seems that in the past I have already installed Aller Bold, and that's why I didn't get that message. But the second one is telling me it's not available. For now, since I don't want to go dig deep into the whole font replacement, we'll get there. Since I don't want us to do that today, we'd have to go into Adobe Fonts, and we're going to maybe even do it later today. But I want to go a little bit more. Here's what I'm going to have you do. Just go down to the button next to skip. It says activate, right? And I hope it just activates it and nothing else. If we go deep into the bowels, then I will take you there another time. So there you go. It worked. So what this means is that your computer went up into Adobe Fonts, grabbed it, put it in your computer, and now it's available to your document. But Aller Regular is not available in Adobe Fonts, so that one's being replaced by a default font. Okay, good. Thank you for showing me that. Guys, anytime I show something that's different, please, thank you so much, Amy, warn me, because it seems that I had a lot of nods, so I guess that's happening on all your computers. Hit the replace, and then you will be in the same place I am. So as you can see, if I had designed this in my computer right now, what's that?
Share your screen.
Yeah, I'm not yet sharing my screen. I'm just talking for a second. No, but thank you. When I say as you can see, it would sound like I should be showing you something. So good point. And usually when someone shares, I tend to forget to start sharing again. So, and you know me. So when we design this ourselves, right? And we create this document ourselves, we've used fonts that we have, or we've downloaded fonts from Adobe Fonts that we want. And our computer wouldn't be asking me all these things. But remember that these documents aren't probably not going to be printed by you. I mean, now and then you're going to make your own little printout of your printer. But for the most part, if this is going to be a brochure, a flyer, a marketing piece, a label for your wine bottle or for your beauty products, whatever it is that you're designing, you'll probably have to send it out to someone else to print it professionally. It's different if you're creating something for the internet, you'll probably be in control of it. But anything that needs to be printed, probably someone else is going to print it for you. You're going to send it to some system. And they're going to need your images, your fonts, everything you have to be able to print this thing. So this is what will happen to them. So even if you have it on your computer, you need to have all these other things available and send everything over. Or plan B, as we're going to see at the end, you can create a PDF with all the material and send just that. Depending on the level of printing you're going to do, you're going to need both. So the main thing I wanted to share by these two messages with you is have you understand that the way that InDesign works, it's kind of like never just a simple document. It's always going to be a document and all of the things that go into making it. So now that we're here, do you remember the shortcuts for zooming in, zooming out that I showed you yesterday for the other applications? So if you're on a Mac, it's Command +-. If it's in your PC, it's Control-. I'm going to go ahead and say I do Control-, minus, or Command -, and we're going to go down or back out enough to see that there's two pages, so to say, in this document. And there's so many different ways of designing things. This is a way to design things that is considered, I have here all my design samples. Here we go. This is an example of a document. Let me stop my share for a minute to see that you all can see, of a document kind of like this one, which is basically a bifold brochure. So it's just open and close. And this can be designed in 2 or 3 different ways. We'll show you. But the way this one is designed, it's designed as one side, which is the front page, and the back side that we're seeing right there. So the one that's saying interior design, that would be the front page. And the one that says about company, that's the back page. Does that make sense? That when you go ahead and fold it, it'll end up being like this. And then the second page that's inside, that's downstairs, would be the inside portion. That's this one. Okay. And so it's a spread, and actually that would be the two interior pages, actually, this here. I happen to have one that's actually 4 pages here, which is why it's different, but that would be what we're seeing. Okay, so the front is spread out like this, front and back. And when you fold it, that'll be the bottom will be the inside. So that's the way we're seeing this. Most of the things we're gonna design are actually gonna have a different format. But that's what we're seeing here. So really, we only have 2 pages. We have one page that has been kind of, actually, it's still more than, it's still 4 pages. So over here on the right side, you'll see that you have properties, pages, and libraries. Let's head over to pages. And basically, this is still being designed as 4 pages, and it's showing you that it's page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4. Where actually page 2 is the cover and page 1 is the back cover. Does that make sense, you guys? Anything here that we need to explain a little bit more? Let me share my screen. So this part, see, I wasn't sharing, so this would have been a good point. So here's the properties where we're visiting, and then right next to properties, we see the word pages. And that's where you see 1, 2, 3, and 4. Page 1, page 2 is our cover, page 1 is our back cover, and then page 3 and 4 are our interior spread. We call this a spread. These are 2 spreads. All right, all good?
Sorry, Diana.
Yeah.
I can't open up that interior design bifold. It says it wants me to download it, which I do, but it says I don't seem to have the right app to open it with.
Go ahead and share with me. Yeah, your screen. Did you get into VDI?
I have no idea. Oh. Is this where am I in the right place?
Yeah, no, you're not going to be able to open from Google Drive. You need to be in VDI. So go 3 tabs over. Yeah, right there. Okay.
Right.
So now you're going to have to go and open Bridge. So go down to the very bottom left icon, the 4 windows, and open up Adobe Bridge. There it is. Yep, perfect.
Okay, that's what I was missing.
Yeah. And then since you're going to have to open Bridge InDesign anyway, go back down there and click on Adobe InDesign just so that it starts opening. And it take a little bit of, it's probably down, it's almost at the bottom. Oh, you passed it now. It's one of the red ones. Now go up. There it is. Click on that one. That'll take its time. And now let's go to Bridge here. And when it's still resolving itself, see that little blue thing? Click on there you go. So go to this PC up at top. This PC. Yeah. And then the 4th choice is Google Drive. Double click on that. Go to shared drives. Double click on that. And now grab that and drag it to the left. Grab that folder and put it right there. Yeah, perfect. And now click on that folder on the left side where there we go. And this is where you'll have the files. Okay, so the first folder there is the one that has the file we're opening. So double click on that folder. And there's the one, double click on that one. And as soon as your InDesign is installed, it'll open up. So go ahead and double click on that, and it'll take a little bit of time, but you'll get there.
Okay.
And it might tell you that you might get a lot of messages about even more. If you're in VDI, you might give even more messages than the missing fonts and missing what you might get some others. Just keep saying, okay, okay, okay. And then you'll finally get to the same place. Okay.
Okay.
All right, cool. You'll get there. Might take you a couple more minutes because InDesign takes its time, especially on VDI, to get set up. All right, so now let me share my screen again. And back to InDesign. All right. So okay, so let's go back from pages back to properties over here. And once again, up in the top, we have the things that are similar to all the applications we've been using that I've been showing you. Is that at the top, you still have next to the share, you have this word essentials. Notice that this time it doesn't have that little box that we had last time. These are our workspaces. Okay. We had under essentials, we have advanced, book publishing, all these different ones. And so say that I click on advanced, then I get all this other stuff. If I click on interactive for PDF, then I have these other tools. If I go to printing and proofing. So the tools change, just like we saw before. We're gonna go, typography, we have a little typography, but notice that the panels in InDesign, they stay a little bit more closed than they did in Illustrator and Photoshop. If you want them to open a little bit more, remember we had the double-headed arrow that I showed you in the past over here that I said that expanded the panels. We have it over here too. We can expand the panels that way. And then now the panels look just like they did in our other applications. So if we go to Essentials or whatever it is, we will see the material. So that's one of the first big differences. Let's go back to Essentials. And when you're seeing things this way, click on that little double-headed arrow that's there. And then you will see all the panels kind of opened up and a little bit more available to us. Okay. Then, as before, on the left side, we have our initial tools, just like Illustrator, which I haven't yet gone to show you. I think I did show you yesterday. We have 2 arrows at the top, the black one and the white one. The black one we call the selection tool. The white one is the direct selection tool. I'm going to actually be teaching you these first in Illustrator, so then we'll learn a bit more about them before we apply them here into InDesign. What we have here is everything that you're seeing is being held by something. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit again to the front page. So I'm going to go Command or Control plus so that I can actually see the front page. If you ended up in the back page, you can just scroll up and down this way. The other way to move from page to page would be if I have my Pages tab open, I can just double click here on 3 and 4 or double click here on 1 and 2, which scrolling up and down like this works if you have 1 or 2 pages. But imagine if you have 100 pages. Well, it's much easier to go over here, find page 100 and double click to get to it than to slowly scroll down 100 pages. Does that make sense? But 1 or 2, I can just do this. But anyway, double clicking over there or double clicking over here moves us back. Now notice that I'm double clicking on the left side, the page 1 or 2 or the page 3. If I were to double click on page 2, then it kind of jumps to show me just page 2, or double click on page 4, it's showing me page 4. So if I want to see the entire spread, I have to double click on 1 and on 3. Does that make sense? So that I get to see the entire spread. If anything that I'm doing isn't working this way for you, or please, speak up. I do see some puzzled faces of the people who are showing me their videos, so that tells me that something might be working differently. If so, stop me. And if not, then I'll keep going. But if something isn't working for you or looks different or anything, just please let me know, because all I know is what I can see. All right. Now let's go back to the first spread. And notice that as I move my mouse around, I get these little boxes around stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and click on About Company. Make sure that your mouse is on the selection tool, the V tool. Always, at all 3 programs, Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign, the top tool is the one we kind of call our home tool, our hand, the one that's the safe one to be. And the shortcut to get to it always V on your keyboard. So if you hit the V in Photoshop, it'll give you to the Move tool. And in InDesign and Illustrator, it'll take you to this thing called the Selection tool. And see how when I hover over it, it's saying Selection tool, V, Escape, right? So it's like 2 different meanings, because when you hit, when you're in something else and you hit, if you're in the middle of stuff and you want to get out of that, a lot of the times getting back to the V tool escapes you from some weird thing that you might be on. Right, so when I'm in my selection tool and I click on things, then those things I click on have this box around them that has all these little like squares and gizmos and things. We're going to be learning what they are. But what this means is that every single thing that exists in this document is held by a frame. These are frames. I think I showed you in Illustrator that when I clicked on something, it had a bounding box. Remember that flower that had a box around it? So in Illustrator, it's called a bounding box. In InDesign, it's called a frame. It's a bit different, but it's kind of the same thing. It's a container that holds our material. right? So this is a container, and within that I have the text. This is a container. It looks a bit different because it contains an image. Now let's go ahead and grab one of these and now click around and move it. And as you can see, whoops, we can move it around. I guess the white isn't showing up on the white against white. It's not like it's gone, but see, I'm putting white against white and I'm not seeing it. I have to go up again to show it against something that has some color. But when you put it on white, white text looks like it's disappeared. So it needs to be on something that's color. Now, one thing that's interesting is that in Illustrator, if you worked with that bounding box in and out, it made the element bigger or smaller. Remember that we kind of distorted the flower and did stuff with that flower? Well, guess what? If I were to grab this thing and make it bigger or smaller, nothing's going to happen. As long as it's bigger, the text isn't getting any bigger, just my frame is getting bigger. On the other hand, if I make it smaller, then the text kind of disappears because the frame can't contain it anymore. So I'm going to open it up again to see it. So if I actually make it smaller this way, I might see a piece of it and then it's like, can't see it all. But if I make it smaller, like in that direction, it's like, well, it's like you're hiding it, right? Because it's holding the material. And I'm just going up here because it's a bit darker, but we can do it here again, okay? So this is different than the bounding box in that in InDesign, all these frames are just holders of stuff. But as I'll show you here on this one, it doesn't affect the material itself. It just can be really big or not, but whatever the material is just drops in at whatever amount it is, and then that's it. So it doesn't affect what's inside of it. On the other hand, this is a block text, and if I do make it wider, then the text does kind of redraw itself, right? So as you can see, it works to reformat to the right or to the left. As I keep going, you can't see it much because it's hiding under there. So you need to give it the right size for it to fit where you need it to fit. But if I go too big, it's just a bigger box. It doesn't give me more. If that's all the text I have, that's all the text I have. Okay, is everything working this way for you? All is good? No surprises? Yep.
One thing that's a little different on my screen than it is on yours, Deanna, is all my text looks like it has gray highlight over it.
Yeah,
And
that's part. Yeah, that's part of the fact that sometimes, depending on how your initial setup is, when it doesn't have the font, it just lets you know that it doesn't have it by giving you that highlight. And most of the times it's a pink highlight though, not a red one. Can you show me? I'm going to stop my share really quickly with me.
Yeah,
because
it's a gray-
when it's warning you that it doesn't have the right font and it gives you like a bit of a pinkish kind of background. Go ahead and show me your hand. You seem to be saying yes, Amy.
So for me, it's a sizing issue. So if I zoom out too much, then it just grays the font. But once I zoom in, those fonts, and it's always in that when I don't have.
That's a setting. That's a setting. So I'm going to zoom out a little bit and see. And that's a setting, and maybe that's what you're talking about. I have it set up that no matter how tiny it gets, I still see font. But yeah, that's true. I have changed that myself. It's a setting. I want to always be able to see the font, but by default, reading text uses up computer processing power. So InDesign by default says if the font's going to be smaller at a certain size, it just becomes a gray block. So thank you. That's what you're seeing when you see gray. In fact, probably in my VDI, I have it set up that way. Let me see. Let me see if here's my VDI version, where if I get smaller, it will probably do that. No, yeah, there it is. Wow, VDI InDesign is glitchy in VDI. But anyway, this little thing you're seeing here in the far back, that's what you're talking about, right, Deidre? That it got kind of like gray,
yeah,
gray blocky.
It's not at all that small on my screen, and
yeah, it's just that my VDI. It's gonna be very hard to teach people who are on VDI InDesign if I can't even demo it, because that means that you probably can't use it well either. Anyway, I'm gonna VDI InDesign for some reason gets really glitchy, and I'm gonna close it and try again. It gets very glitchy and save changes. No.
Yeah, I'm not
Try to reopen it and see if I can do that better. All right, so go ahead and share your screen to see if maybe it's a
Yeah,
different issue.
Sorry, I was trying to, I just couldn't with yours open.
No, you can't because I'm open, so I just
Great,
stopped. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it's that same thing. So
Okay.
go ahead and see, do command or control. I can't tell if you're in a Mac or in a PC, command or control plus to get bigger. There we go. And it resolves into text. See that?
Yes.
But when you go command or control minus, then the interior design, a place with 1,000 pictures is still showing, but the rest of the text is just defaulting to a block text because all it wants is for you to see the placement of it. Okay. So it's about how big you're showing it. Now
Okay.
you can
Is
avoid that by changing settings. I'm going to go show you where to change the settings, but only change the settings, you guys, if your computers are kind of good and strong, because the whole point that what this is doing is trying to save you from having to needlessly use. When you're seeing something at this distance, you're kind of like getting a gander at the whole thing, and all that matters is placement. If you really want to read the text because you're trying to edit the text, you would have zoomed into the text, right? And then it resolves and it shows you as text. So that's what InDesign is doing here. I'm going to, yeah, I'm still trying to figure out if I'm going to be able to do InDesign and VDI. Guys, those of you who are on VDI, Victoria, let me just stop my share here. Are you able to use, is InDesign working for you in your VDI?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's completely blocked in mine. Good thing I have my own InDesign to teach you with, but I was just wanting to make sure that it's working for some of you, and it does look like it's working for you. So then hopefully it's working for everyone. How about you? Hold on. Oh, Julie, did this open up in InDesign for you?
I don't know what it's open in, but it's open.
You're seeing the brochure?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, that's good then. Then it's just my computer who isn't opening InDesign, which is fine because I don't need it. In fact, what I need is any InDesign. But good. All right, so the settings that I just said, where you would change these settings would be, and I'm going to show you. I'm on a Mac right now. Let me share my entire screen with you for a second. Reshare. Because if you're a PC user, document. If you're a PC user, okay, you're seeing my entire screen right now. If you're a PC user, all of the tools that I'm about to show you are right here, right above the name of the file. So it says interior design, and right up here, you'll see the words file, edit, layout, and that kind of stuff. But if you're a Mac user, they're way up on top, like right next to the very top where you have the Apple icon. It'll say InDesign, and then it'll have all of that. But it needs to, you need to be clicked on InDesign, because if you happen to have clicked somewhere on the desktop, for example, then now it says Finder or something else, and you don't have the tools for InDesign. So you need to actually click on some part of the InDesign. I need to say InDesign there, and then all of these will apply to InDesign. So there's two differences between Mac and PC. The Control and Command key that you've already found out about, and the only other difference is where this computer, the program settings are hiding to change them. And I'm about to take you to the program settings to show you these things about the text box and stuff. So on a Mac, you would go up to the word InDesign, and right under the word InDesign, you would see either the word preferences or the word settings, depending on your operating system. If it's an older operating system, it'll say preferences. If it's a newer one, it'll say settings. Now, for PC users, you're going to go to the word edit. And all the way at the bottom over there, you'll see the word preferences, which since this is a Mac, I don't have, but for all PC users, go to the word edit and go down here. And here you'll see the word, it's either preferences or settings. I don't remember what it is on a PC. PC users, what does it say? Preference or settings down there?
Preferences.
Preferences. Okay, so down there. And then for Mac people, it's over here. All right, so let's go ahead and click on general. And now, just to make it easier, I'm going to back to restrict it to be only the smaller window so that you don't have to be seeing the entire window. I just had to show you way up there how that looked. Okay. Okay, so this preferences window, once you open it, it's the same for everyone. And this is the preferences window that I just showed you is in the same place for Illustrator, InDesign, Photoshop. It's either under the name for the Mac or under edit for the PC for all 3 programs. And it looks identical for all 3 programs. On the left hand, you have a series of parts and pieces that can be changed how they set. And the one that we're going to go over here is to type. And type, advanced type, composition, units and increments, that kind of stuff. So let's stop it in unit. So each one of these gives me some idea of what to show, right? So let's go to units and increments. And it's here in units and increments that we're going to see what units my ruler is using. And what we're seeing is that this application, this setting, the way that my computer is set up right now, it's using centimeters or millimeters. And so if I want to be able to use this in inches, in points, in picas, these are all different ways of measurement. If I'm going to print, this is a print brochure, then I would want to see inches. If I'm going to be going to the internet and doing a screen measurement, then I would be wanting to use pixels. A lot of stuff, a lot of times, Illustrator, not so much, but for sure, InDesign always defaults to points or picas. Points or picas. Points might be a size that you might know something about, because if you've used Word or any of those programs, like you have to put in Times New Roman 12 is like the default. The size points is the size of a font, right? So a lot of the times we refer to fonts in point size, 20 points, 50 points, 12 points. But picas is a size that a lot of the times InDesign defaults to, because picas is from the time of ancient typesetting. They use this system, and so it still becomes a default system for anything that has to do with desktop publishing or whatever. Some people can think in picas, but it's hard enough for me to think in inches, given that I grew up in centimeters. I refuse to think in picas, so I'm just going to go ahead and say, let's go to inches, which most of the people who are here will understand more. Some of you guys are more comfortable with centimeters like me, but this is where you would change it so that the ruler will change. I'll show you another way to change the ruler later, but there we go. Let's put this in inches. The stroke would be the borders. Remember that of something, that we're going to leave one in points. And the place where we can change the display performance over here, display performance. I have this set up to high quality. You guys probably don't. You probably have it on either typical or on fast, right? Over here under display performance, tell me what you see here on default view.
Typical.
Is it typical or fast? What do you have? Okay, you probably have it set on typical.
Mine's on
If you
high.
have it on, okay. So if you've used this before, you might have it on high. If you've never used it, I think it goes into your computer and decides what's best. But I'm going to show you the difference. I'm going to put it for a second here on fast. You don't need to do this, just watch. I'm going to say okay to that. And then if you can look at images, well, they're still defaulting to looking good. It changes. I don't know if you can see, but it's the images became kind of pixelated. See when I look at them, how they look they
Yeah.
look really low quality. And it's not that the image is low quality, but again, kind of like trying to save you from, let me go back to it now, trying to save you from spending too much time. So again, display performance, this is lowering the quality that you see that photo in, because if you want to make sure if that photo is good or not, you'll have done that in Photoshop. By the time you're here, you know it's good. You just need it for placement purposes. Same thing with the Greek type. Greek type is that gray thing that you guys are talking about. So anything below 7 points becomes a box. If now you were to say Greek type below 0 points because you don't want it to become a box, and then you say okay, then it doesn't go gray. I'm going to leave it at 7 myself, and I'm going to go back to high quality. If you have a computer that's fast and you say high quality, now I'm going to say okay to that. Now this image will resolve itself without showing me all. So I'm going to go to this one now and see what bad example. I think it needs to reset itself. It'll show you the image in as high as quality as it can. That's it for those settings. There's a lot more you can do to improve how your computer works and stuff like that, but those are the most important ones. Every now and then there might be some other stuff we might change here. As you can see, dictionary spelling, you can add things to it. There's just a ton of stuff here. Story editor, when you want to go and edit things in the text, there's like tons of stuff here. The most important ones right now are increments, guides and units and increments, and display performance. Let me tell you one last thing. Under interface here, it shows you that you can change how the color of the surrounding software shows up. Remember that in Photoshop, I showed you how I had it looking white in one and gray in another. So this is where you change it. So for people for whom one color was bugging you or another, this would be the way to change that. It does look so different that you might think you're in a different program, but this is that change. The default used to be white. Now the default is gray. And this is actually a better default, because when you have color next to white or next to black, it might look much more different than the true color, which when you're seeing it next to something, this is called medium gray. It's kind of a bit more of a neutral choice. All right, so if you've changed things at this point around because you preferred a different one, you know where to go and change them back. Let's go ahead and say, okay, you can keep exploring these things on your own and see what changes. But for now, I just mainly wanted to show you where that box is on all 3 programs. Okay. A bit more. Let's head back to the properties panel over here. And now, when we have nothing selected, remember, if you have something selected, it's going to give you properties of that thing that you selected. So to have nothing selected, you need to be clicking on some neutral place. Neutral in this case would be out here, the workspace. So by doing that, now nothing in particular is selected. So now the properties panel is showing me properties for my entire document, right? If I now select about company, it's showing me properties for this text. And so it's giving me all my text tools. If I select this photograph, it's showing me properties about this photograph. Okay. We're just exploring now with this image. We're not going to really work on it too much. We're going to actually start with something from scratch to work on it. But I have one more thing that I do want to show you, which is let's click on this image. Okay. And every time you pick kind of photograph, you have this kind of circle in the middle of it. And I'm going to show you what it is. I try to avoid it. I try not to use it. But let's go ahead and move this over to the left a little bit and drag the photo out. Oh. Oh, I told you that in Illustrator you can use the workspace. This is the pasteboard, and for some reason InDesign is not allowing me to see the pasteboard. Is that a change in the settings. Are you guys, when you move this out, do you see it out here or not? Seems to be a change in the settings. Always been able to,
I see the box, but there's nothing in it.
yeah, but that's definitely a, I'd have to go see where. Guides and pasteboard.
I don't have that problem with Illustrator, but in InDesign, I've never been able to see what I drag out, but I'm a newer user.
Yeah, I've never had that issue. I always use a pasteboard, so I'm wondering that's a shift in this version that I do not know. It's probably can be changed, but if this is a default, I'm not going to change it because that means that that's the default. It talks about the pasteboard in a bunch of places that I have to see where. Okay, well, that's new to me. I was going to show you how you could put stuff there and work on it, but I can't show you that because that doesn't happen. Okay, well, for better or for worse, then stay in here.
Diana, quick question.
Yeah.
So I did that too, and it's now outside of my workspace. Is there an undo button to just take it back, or do I have to drag it physically?
Yeah. Command and Control Z is always going to be undo. So if you're on a Mac, Command and then tap the Z. If you're on a PC, Control and then tap the Z.
Okay.
And if you did 2 movements, 2 or 3 movements, then it might take, 2 taps to go back and back until you get there. Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, so that's about all I'm going to show you with this document. That is kind of like the basics of moving around. The photo, that's what I was showing us. Okay, go to this photo then, that's a bit smaller and we don't have, I'm going to zoom in so we can go to this photo a little bit more. And I'm going to grab, I'm going to try to grab this box, right? And when I tried to grab this box, I discover that if I'm selecting this photo, I can't grab the box because by selecting the photo, the box is not selectable. If I click away and then try to grab the box itself, then the box gets selected because it, and I'm going to talk this more, I'm going to show you this later, there's a stacking order of elements. And so sometimes if you try to grab something that's on top of each other, you have to kind of take a bit more roundabout way. So in this case, I would have tried to grab this box. I would have tried to just grab it from down here where I know it's not on top of anything else. And that would have been instead of having to go and do this whole back and forth. So I'm going to grab this and move it out of the way for a second. And then I'm going to grab the text and move it out of the way for a second. And as you can see, each one of these is a separate element. And now I'm left with just the photograph. Now, the photograph, remember how in the text I showed you that in the text you can make the box bigger or smaller and it doesn't longer or shorter and it doesn't affect the text, but it does affect it if you move it right or left because it changes how wide it is. The photograph is, remember I called this a frame. This box, I called it a frame instead of a bounding box. A frame, think about it in real life. Think about a frame, a photo frame on your wall or on your desk or, a picture frame. A picture frame is the thing that holds a picture or a painting, right? That's on the wall. So it's really 2 things. Unless you have one of those frames that's just a piece of wood that's painted. But for the most part, you have a frame that holds a picture, right? It's 2 things. And if you take the picture out, the frame would still be there and you put another picture in, right? Or if you have a picture and you need to buy a frame for it, you might go and buy either a 4x6 frame or an 8x10 frame or a 5x7 frame to fit that picture. But they're 2 different things, right? Okay, think about that. These things are called frames. So think about that. And that's exactly what's happening here in this photograph. It's a frame that's holding this image. So watch. Look at the size of this light, whatever. Keep an eye on that light. Keep an eye on this. When I move this frame to make it smaller, has the image changed? No, I'm just seeing less of it. If I move it to the inside, I'm just seeing less of it. Just like in the text, the size of the image didn't change. The text didn't change in size. Just if it didn't fit anymore, it kind of disappears. But other than that, it's like you're putting a bigger image in a small frame and it goes, I can't fit, right? I can't see, it's too big, I can't see you kind of thing. Same with the image. It shows you something. Now, if instead I make the frame much bigger, so I'm going to go ahead and make the frame even bigger, 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 bigger. In this case, this is a template. So instead of going empty, it shows me green underneath. That's a template kind of thing, so ignore it. But basically the photo isn't getting any bigger, is it? Right? The photo doesn't get any bigger or smaller. The frame holds the picture. So with this tool, with the black selection tool, we're changing the size of the frame. Now I'm going to go make it be the same size as the photo again. So whenever I start seeing green, I'll stop over there. So that's actually the size of the picture. So what if I actually want to move the picture itself? Well, what I can do, I prefer to do, is go to my direct selection tool. And I'll tell you later why that's a better solution. But the handy solution that's right in front of us, if you're in the black selection tool, is to use this thing that's called a picture grabber. So notice that when I hover over it, my mouse turns into a hand. Now I'm going to click here with the in the middle of this when it looks like a hand, and now I can move the picture around. But I'm moving the picture, and as you can see, my frame is staying where it was. I'm just moving the picture. So an image in InDesign has two, one of these boxes has two parts, has the container, which is the frame, and the content, which is the picture itself, which you can move here using this grabber. Okay, you can also move it with the direct selection tool, which then the whole image gives you a hand, and then you can move it back and forth if you're holding on to the white selection tool. I prefer this over the picture grabber. See how the picture grabber disappeared once you grab that? Because it's the same. But the thing about this one, it allows you to grab it from anywhere, versus if you have this arrow and you're using the grabber, you can only move it from the exact center where the grabber is happening. So it's a small difference, but I kind of like it better that way. All right, were you able to see the difference between the frame and the container, the content? Did that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be easier when we make our own. Okay, so now we're about to go make our own, and then we'll see things a little bit better. So let's go ahead and make our own. Let's go ahead and say File New, which again, on the PC, you have it right here. You have something that says File New, but on the Mac, you're going to have to go all the way up at the top and go to the file that's next to the word InDesign and say File New from there, and then choose File New Document. And then this will appear. Okay. Has everyone found the new document window?
Yeah, but it's not showing up.
The new document window, this thing? Is that what's not showing up?
Yes, exactly.
In
fact, it's acting
so
like it's
another
stuck.
another thing that you can do is, if you have nothing selected, you can click on the Command or Control and then tap the letter N, which is new, and then you'll get this. Is that working or not?
No, that brought up a new screen, a new, yeah, no.
Okay, since you're on VDI, there might be some issue with that. Go ahead and share your screen and let me show you. All right, so let's head up to File. Go ahead and go to File again.
Yeah, I'm clicking on it,
Oh.
but nothing, it's like it's
You
frozen.
have two. Yeah, you have two things open. You have. Do you have? the
I'm on
same
VDI as well, and
thing
mine's
open
frozen
twice?
too.
Yours is frozen too. Go ahead and close the existing document. That might help it. Yeah, VDI with InDesign doesn't like it too much. Is it completely frozen, or can you close it? Go up to the.
I can move the
little
mouse,
X.
but I can't do anything else.
Okay, so move the mouse up to the top where you see the tab that says Interior Design. So no, not so high. Go down, down, down. Not up there. Okay, now right above there. Yeah, so you have it open twice. Go ahead and click the one that you're seeing and turn it off. Click on that little X. Yep, either one. You have
Nope.
two. You're gonna have to close both.
It's still nothing
Oh.
is happening.
Is it frozen? Yours too, Victoria? Oh,
Yes, I
Oh.
just went out and I'm redoing it now.
oh. I'm gonna call tech support. This is the problem. VDI isn't that powerful, and InDesign keeps updating and becoming more powerful, and VDI sometimes can't handle it.
Can
All
I go
right,
back? Just
if
click up here?
no, stop.
Oh,
no.
sorry.
That leaves VDI. Okay, so go back to student desktop. Anything that you have red, that belongs to your browser. So ignore that. Don't touch anything that's in the red area, because that is not that. It's as if you're in a different computer.
Okay.
The only thing that's valid for you while you're in VDI is anything underneath the red area. So the red area is untouchable for you. Go ahead and see if you can close InDesign. And to close InDesign, go ahead and go all the way to the right of the gray area. And at the very top, there's an X of the gray area. Click on that X and then save changes. Say no. No. Don't save any changes. Good. And now do the same thing to this because you had open twice. So say no. Okay. Now let's see if you can say file new. Let's see if it opens a new program for you. Nope. Okay. It's still trying to close the application. Go down to the InDesign right there. Yeah, to that little ID. Click on that and then see if you can put your mouse over that little box that opened up. Go up. Yeah, and try again. Go click on that. Okay, it's quitting then. Yeah.
I'm having the same issue.
That little but if that little Bix isn't, oh, see, yeah, that's what happens. That's what was happening to me. Oh God, InDesign and VDI. And some of you guys only have VDI, so it's not like you can. Okay, go down. No, don't open it again. Okay, you want to close that window. So the bottom choice was close window. So okay, put your mouse over that. Don't do anything, and then go to the top right corner of that little box that has an X. Yeah, click it there. That's how you would normally close that program. But if it's glitchy, it's going to continue to be glitchy.
Yeah, it's
you
not
can't. Yeah. If this might take a little bit of time to resolve, and if it doesn't, then you might have to just back out of VDI and open up again. I had to do that. I had to leave my VDI. Give it some time. I'm going to stop your share. Sometimes what it needs is just a long time to process. So just sit there and know that you've turned it off, and hopefully it'll process itself until it finally closes. And yeah, I've talked to them a ton of times about fixing VDI. They expect students to buy their applications, and I'm like, well, it's not reasonable, and non-credit students might not buy their applications. So yeah.
Well, I have it. I just don't have it live, apparently.
Yeah, you need to handle the installation. Amy, no, you're not having hand up, you just have a yes. Okay, I'm going to clear your answers. For now, you're just going to have to watch a little bit, you guys, because yeah, if you don't have VDI, I can't help you. Let me just keep going. This that we're going to do here, we're going to do again later in Illustrator, so you'll get a chance to practice this even if VDI isn't working for you. I'm going to, so don't worry about that, but just keep an eye on what we're doing. Okay, so hopefully everyone else has this new document opened up. And in this new document window, what we see is that, and this new document window is the same again for all three programs. And at the very top, it shows me, it defaults to the word recent, but you know, if you've never even done anything, you might even have nothing in your recent, depends, or you might have some basic stuff in there. But then it goes over and save. We haven't saved anything yet, so we don't have anything yet. But we have print, web, or mobile. You'll see that in other applications, there's even more choices. But in InDesign, those are the three main choices. If you click on print, it gives you a default setting for letter size, legal size, tabloid. And then over here on the left side, you see how I was telling you, it tries to default to the picas. because anything that's print, the default size is pikas. If you go and design something that's in the web, it defaults to pixels. And mobile, it also defaults to pixels, because the way to measure things on screen is through measuring it by amount of pixels. And it's flexible. Each screen will have a different way of showing their pixels, depending on the resolution that screen is set up. So 1100 pixels in my computer might be this size, and on your computer might be this size, and on your phone might be this size, and on your iPad that size. So it's a relative sizing. Pixels is always relative to the monitor or screen resolution through which that document is being viewed. It's not like an inch is an inch is an inch, right? Not pixels. Pixels is not a measurement that means any size. It means a size with respect to the screen that's showing it. So it's kind of that's why it might give you a couple of default sets of certain elements. If you're trying to design an app, well, this is the size that the iPhone X shows their screen at, and this is the iPhone 7 Plus, and so on and so forth. Note at some point they got away from this. This is good if you're trying to do a little mock-up for someone. And for the most part, you can't design an app for iPhone X differently for iPhone 8, different for iPhone, for Android or whatever. If you click on view presets, they'll have presets of iPads and Retinas and Microsoft Surface and all the different possible things. That said, Adobe 2023, notice that it says iPhone X, and yet that's pretty old phone, because they're kind of moving away from this, because in the end, as I said, you don't design something for a specific thing. What you do is you choose a generic number in between all of these, and every phone is going to show it a little bit differently. Okay, so that's if you were to design an app or something that's going to be going on a phone or even on the web. Each one of us has a different size screen, right? So there's this generic set of sizes for pixels that if you go into my web design class, we'll talk much more about sizing for web pages and stuff like that. But we're going to default to print. Print is something that we understand. We know the size of pages. And over here to the right, we're going to head over to pikas, and we're going to switch this to inches. And now we discover that, letter size was 8.5 by 11 inches was in pikas 51 PO, 66 PO, or in points would have been, 612 points is equivalent to saying 8.5 inches. So it all means the same, but we're going to put it in a language we understand. We're actually going to create a document here that has facing pages, and we're going to give it 4 pages. So we're going to click on 4 pages. We're going to tell it to start on page number 1. And when we say 1 column, that kind of means, so to say, no columns, like the whole page is the only column. So that's equivalent to saying no columns. We're going to keep going down, and it might be that you have these closed, it might be that you see margins and closed. If so, you need to open it up by clicking on that little arrow, and then you'll see the margins. Margins, we're going to leave the defaults, which is 1/2 inch. And then we're going to look at this name here that's kind of weird, Bleed and Slug. Nice names. And in Bleed and Slug, we're going to go ahead and give this document a bit of a bleed. I'll explain it to you in a minute. And so the default bleed is always 0.125. And instead of typing it in, if you go to this arrow and just click it up 1 time, it defaults to 0.125. And notice that top, bottom, inside and outside change at the same time. Well, they change at the same time because they are linked. Make all the settings the same. Had I clicked on this link to break it, then this would change independently. See that? But we rarely in my whole career, I've only a few products in my life have I ever had bleed of different sizes. So this is a good one to keep always linked. And then when you go up or down, they all change the same. I'll explain what bleed is in a second, just showing you how to work the box, but we'll get to the conversation of bleed in a second. Same thing with margins. Margins, were linked, and so when you said 5.5, which is half an inch, they all changed. If I were to go up to an inch or something like that, it would change for everything. We're gonna keep, again, the default margin is 0.5. That one we do change a lot, but for now, let's go with the basic setup, just showing you how this linking works. And that's it. So as long as you have 4 pages that are facing, this was defaulted already, but in case you turned it off, leave this check mark on. And then you have half an inch is the only thing we've had to change is up the bleed 1 click to 0.125. Now let's say create. Once you're here and you've created this one page, give me a yes. Just so I want to be aware of who's not able to do this. I'm aware right now that that Julie and Victoria and Mark probably, since you're all on VDI, and Jenny, maybe. Jenny, what's happening to your InDesign? Is it working? You're on VDI. Jenny, can you hear me?
Yeah, I wasn't
Is your
able to
VDI
log in.
working?
No, my
okay.
computer is acting with the what's it called, with the double authentication. I got in first and then it's not
The
working.
two-factor
Yeah.
authentication.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
so all
I'm
of you
just
guys who
gonna-
are having issues with pipeline or the authentication or that kind of stuff, please, 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 during the whole rest of the week, and they're available every day except for Friday. So if you need help, you need to get help today because then they're open again from Monday through Thursday, but not Friday. Please go to the Zoom that you have in my email and get help from tech support. Because yeah, I can't help you with any of that kind of stuff. So that by next week, so that you can, work and practice on this stuff.
Is that just
VDI
with,
issues?
is that just with VDI or just with logging into our system? That's just with VDI, right?
The only time right now, you only need login the two-factor login authentication for VDI.
Okay.
Now, November and December, but as of January, everyone just to log into Pipeline is going to need two-factor authentication. So it's coming up for everyone. So if you haven't done it yet, you might want to just go at some point to tech support if you haven't been able to figure it out yet. And I got you guys in my lists. First email I sent you, first email of all, I said, welcome. I have a whole bunch of links of instructions on how to get your two-factor authentication set up and follow that. And if you're having trouble with that and you can't follow that, then go to tech support and have them help you with the two-factor authentication portion, okay? Because you're all going to need it in a month or two if you keep taking classes. So right now is restricted only to people who need VDI. Okay. So let me clear your feedback because unless you're having VDI issues, most of you answered yes. All right. So here I am, one page. And this is a blank InDesign page, 8.5 by 11. And this time, even though I told you that I wanted 4 pages, it's not showing me 4 pages. It's only showing me 1. Let's look and see. I'm going to start scrolling down to see what else is happening here. Well, now I have 1 page there. I seem to have a sprayed there and another thing hanging in the bottom. What's happening? Let's head over to pages. This is the more typical way of having pages set up for a document, just like the one we were just looking at. I'm going to go ahead and do command minus, 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 so you can see what's happening here. Yeah, that's true. That's telling me it's time to give you guys a break. Let me just explain this for a minute, and then we're going to take a break. And for those of you guys who are on VDI, that kind of the InDesign stopped working, take advantage of the break to back out, disconnect from VDI, close it all up, and then, a few minutes before we come back to breaks, connect in again, and that at least might give you a new access to InDesign again, and hopefully with a blank document, you'll be able to do this, okay? So Julie and Victoria, in a few minutes when we go, and anyone else who's on VDI who couldn't make it work for InDesign, do that during break, okay? Anyway, just showing you that this is a much more typical way of designing something that's going to go to a professional printer. The way we had it before over here, this is the way that you would print something. If you see, I'm even having issues with resolution. See that green thing? That's my resolution thing. That's not part of the design. This here is if you were to print it at home, you put a 8.5 by 11 paper, you put it in, it prints one side of the paper, you put it in again, or if your printer can do double-sided, it comes out, and then you fold it, and there you have your little homemade brochure. Does that make sense? But if you're gonna go actually to print this in any way that's more professional, you're actually gonna set it up like this, where this is the front page, this is the interior spread, and this is the back page. Does that make sense? And if I were to have a book that had 100 pages, I would have had front page, 50 spreads in the side, and back page. Imagine, and I'm gonna show you any book, and I have all my samples here. Book, magazines, anything. Let me head over here. I have a little stash of samples that used to be right next to me, and I put them a little bit further, and as you can tell, that's not a very good idea because now my glasses fell off. Yeah, okay. So let me see if I can put a light on me so you see this a bit better. Okay, maybe this light. Let's see that a bit better. Okay, so here we go. So this is an example of book, a brochure, something like that. This is a twofold, a bifold, like I was showing you before, just one, and one. But if this is printed on my computer, I might have just put a paper like that, and that's why it was designed to be doing this or this. But if I'm going to print this professionally, I would have the front page, the spread, and then the back page individually. Because rarely do we ever look at something this way. Like, we don't need this to make sense for the most part. We do need a spread inside to make sense, but not the outside to make sense, right? So that's why we would make a cover, an interior, and a back cover. Magazine, same thing. The cover matters, then all of the interior pages, and then the back cover. We are not usually going to look at a magazine and expect it to make sense this way, front and back, which is how that brochure was designed. Does that make sense? Why we do it in this way? We design it as single right side page, spread, 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 and then single left side page for the back cover. All right, so that's what's happening here. We're going to leave it at that. We're going to take our break, and then we're going to keep working, and we're going to begin to bring in some stuff into this little document. What time is it? 10:43. So 15 minutes. If it were 10:45, would be 11. So 10:58. I'll see you guys in, is that right? 10:58 would be 15 minutes. I'll see you guys at 10:58. Be back from 8 p.m. a.m. not p.m. That would be a little bit late. Okay, see you guys in a little bit. And BDI people, sign out and sign in again, okay? All right, come on back. Back into the fold. Let me know if you're here. Either turn on your videos or give me a signs of life with your hands or emojis or something. Did it work, Julie or Victoria, to sign in again? Yeah. Okay, good for Victoria. So hopefully Julie, although Julie did have an appointment, so she might not be back.
I
right.
yeah, had to go all the way
Um,
out, so I'm trying to come back in.
Oh, you guys are talking to me and I have my headsets off. All right, I hear someone was trying to say something. Can you say whatever you were saying again?
Yeah, this is Julie, and I had to go all the way
Okay.
out, so now I'm trying to figure out how to get back in.
If you want to share your screen, I can help you. Jenny, what's up with you? Because you're also on VDI. Is it working?
No, it didn't work. The whole double authentication didn't work. I'm just gonna wait, purchase the program and watch the videos and try to
Okay.
do it myself and then check in with you on Tuesday
Okay.
or send
sounds
you an
great.
email
But
and yeah.
yeah, go ahead or in fact on Monday to see how it's going, see if we can solve something before Tuesday, okay? All right, and let's
Sounds
see,
good.
Julie. Where are you at? You're in. Oh, here comes Alyssa. Let me see. So you are in. Well, that seems to be your real bridge.
Yeah, I
Remember that I installed Bridge for you because that one was free, so it gave you Bridge, but the other applications it won't install. So you can't use this one because even if you tried to open your files, you won't have Photoshop available to open it. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? This is your
I
ahead.
went back to the original email from Adobe that I bought from through the
Oh.
College Buys. So this is
Okay.
the screen that I've got up.
Okay, so Bridge is up and running. When you shared before, I had downloaded that one and this is working. Did you also during the break manage to install Photoshop or Illustrator or InDesign? If so, that's good, but you go down to the cloud again, down at the bottom tab bar where it says at the far right, yeah, no, down, and yeah, and now far right down, where all the other little icons are, one level down, all the icons behind, under you, go down. None of those, yeah, there's, now move all the way to the right where you see the bridge in the cloud. Okay, go click on the cloud one, and let me see if now, one to the left is the iCloud, the Creative Cloud, click on that, and let's see if the sign in now, click on that. Oh, good. Looks like, let's see, scroll down. And let's see if you can. Oh, no, it still says you need to buy them. So see, I installed Bridge last time we did this, so Bridge is there. Because it's free to anyone. But when you scroll down, the others still say you have to buy them. So so if you try to install it, it'll give you 1 week trial, so you can install it today. But then if you do that, then you'll have harder of an issue to deal with all of the transferring to the other account. So for now, don't do anything. Can you hang out a little bit after class with me? And I can help you?
I've got a meeting at noon, Diana.
You have that meeting, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. So then you might need to get some help from tech support then when you're done with that meeting, because yeah, unfortunately, because you need to sign out of this account, which is your Gmail, your personal account. You need to go to that little round blue bottle box, move your mouse up to the top where you see a round circle. That's your account. Click on that. You need to sign out of this account because see, it says Julie, whatever at Gmail. And you need to say continue because it won't, it's telling you won't be able to use your apps anymore. Yep, that's fine. And you need to recreate your sign in with your school account. So go ahead now here and put in your whole pipeline account, pipeline username, and pipeline at sbcc.edu. And then if it lets you in, it might default you to the other one. That's the problem. Once you have a personal, it might default you to the other one. But if it follows through with this one and you say continue, then it might ask you to set up. So again, your school pipeline account. This is where people tend to want to put in their Gmail, right? No, this is your pipeline account is a Gmail. Pipeline is supposed to do you. Then when you say next, if it accepts you, it'll ask you if you want an account to be personal or business. If you say, hopefully that's where it'll take you.
Yeah,
ahead
this
and
is what I
username.
keep coming up with.
Yeah, well, I'm doing it with you for one time only, and then after that, if it doesn't work, no, that's just Julia Mercer. Okay, no, that's it. Over here, we only put this username back, only username, back. No. At this point, we only put username. Yeah, put perfect down password.
Hmm.
All right, try to log in, and okay, go down to oh no. Does the instructions say something about this? Because this one would probably be Foundation for California Community Colleges, because that's what you bought it from.
Yeah, I went through this morning earlier, so and I signed in through Santa Barbara City College, I thought, so I don't know.
Yeah, no. So this is where before it used to say Santa Barbara City College or personal, but now it says FCCC, which is the people who sold you the software from. The email should be telling you what to click on this. Did the email referred? Can you go back to the email before you click? Because this is where probably I used to say everyone, you need to sign in personal. If it's changed, I need to see, look, your admin. Yeah, look at that. It says your admin FCC has given you access. So that means you need to sign in as FCCC. So go up to the top one. FCCC Foundation for Community Colleges is where you're getting your is the one who's providing this very cheap access for all community colleges. So click on that one, and maybe this time it'll work. Sometimes though, it's already defaulted to your other one. But yeah, signing you into Creative Cloud. So I need to change my instructions. That's shifted. Can you forward me that email, please, Julie, so that I can see what the new instructions are, so that the next time that people sign in, I'll tell them, forget the personal.
Yes, I will.
There you go. See how now it says install instead of buy?
Okay.
Good. So now you can go and install Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign. You know, for now, it'll take a little while, but go ahead and install. Start with InDesign, then Illustrator, and then Photoshop. And maybe at some point during class today, you'll be able to use it. There you go. That's what you needed. You had the wrong sign in. Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Yay.
Okay,
That
thank you.
worked. So you're welcome. So now I need that email, guys, because it seems that the instructions have changed. In fact, part of the email says the system has changed, and that's what warned me. Good. It's not personal anymore. Now it's FCCC. I think they've had so many issues with people signing in wrong that that's why they did it this way. All right. Share my screen and let's continue. So this is where we were at in design. Perfect. All right. Is everyone here? In your new 4-page document? Yes. Mark?
Oh, no, I'm just saying yes, I'm in.
Oh, got it. Thank you. And actually, let me change your name again to Mark Snow. There we go. That way I have both names up there. All right. Is everyone else? I didn't check today. Does everyone else has their first and last name up? I just need last name for sure for the roster, and first name to know what to talk, how to talk to you. Okay, yeah, everyone. Monica, you only say Monica. Can you add your last name to one of those? That would be helpful. And if you don't know how to do it, I can do it for you. I need to, but you're not on the roster. That's true. But I did put your, yeah, so you're gonna have to add it because I don't have you in here yet. Okay. Now, the 4 pages that I was telling you about is the typical way for us to set up things. Now, we're going to zoom in to the oh, here, let me just show you how to handle it when you have more than 1 pages now. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit so that we're kind of seeing a mix. And remember, I'm holding down the space bar to click and drag. Same thing I taught you last week. You either go last class, minus, 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 plus, 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 command or control, and then space bar gives you a hand. It allows you to kind of scooch around in and out to move things around. Okay. So those are the same shortcuts that we've been working with. Now I've filled the page with a screen, and now say that I'm here in this properties tab and I want to go over to the fourth page. Again, imagine you have, 10, 20, or 100 pages. It might be harder to scroll, but for 4 pages, I can still scroll down, or back to pages. I'm going to double click on page 4. Now, right now there's nothing on it. So the only way to know on page 4 is either to see that this one's selected over there, or down here at the very bottom, see this little number here that says page 4? That's the other way to navigate amongst pages. I can click on this little arrow and say I want to go to page 1, or page 2, or page 3. Again, with blank pages, it's harder for you to tell that we're moving around, but this lets us move from page 1 to page 2 to page 3 to 4. Or these little arrows, this goes back, 3, 2, 1, or forward, 1, 2, 3. So that's another way to navigate amongst our pages, okay? Which will be helpful once you have a 10-page document. Let's head back to page 1 in whichever way that I've shown you. I tend to double click over here. That tends to be my default. But either way works. Let's head back to page 1. Stop me if there's something that's not working or something that you can't find. Otherwise, we're going to begin to understand what these lines are. So first of all, remember that when we set up this document, it was an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper, right? It doesn't matter what piece of paper. We could have put an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper, but we really want to create a little tiny label, right? So then we would have had to make the document from the beginning as that tiny label. So we don't ever want to use the size of paper I'm putting in the printer size of my document. This, we just defaulted to 8.5 by 11. But if I'm making a 4x6 postcard, the document should have been 4x6. And that number that you put in there, which in this case happens to be 8.5 by 11, that's what we consider the trim size. Now, trim size literally means the size that you're going to end up with once you actually are holding the document. So the trim size, and where's my stuff, would be this size I'm seeing in my hand. So the white page that we're seeing here is exactly 8.5 by 11. There's other lines in and out, but the one that's 8.5 by 11 is that white page, because that's what we wanted. Had we done that 4x6, then the white page part would have been that 4x6 piece. Now, this inner set of lines right here, the purple and pink ones, those are the margins. Remember that we set a 1/2 inch margin in the original setup. We said 0.5 margin. And so the margin is 1/2 inch in. And if we look at the rulers up here, you'll see that this is saying that the white line, you can see my little, like when I move here, you see a little line moving there in the ruler. So by touching this right edge is 0, and touching this edge is exactly 8.5 right there. So the white line is my 8.5, and then on the bottom side, that there's my 11, the size of my 11. This is 1/2 inch in, exactly 1/2 inch in. That's my margin. And what a margin is, and always going to be, is like what's considered for some non-technical sites. If you go to Vistaprint or whatever, they don't call it margin, they call it safe zone. What does safe zone mean? Anything that you're going to need to read correctly, you're going to try to have it be inside of the safe zone. So you're going to try never to have text written outside of the margins. If you have a photograph that fills a space, that's fine, but you wouldn't want to put a very essential part of your document on the margin. Like if it's a portrait, don't put one of the eyes in the margin, right? Make sure that both of the eyes are inside the margin or something like that. Because the margin is a place that's kind of iffy, especially if you're doing a spread. Have you ever had a book that when you try to open it, the inside kind of does like this? You know what I'm talking about? Like you open it and you can't really see, and you have to kind of stretch it out, and you might break the spine to really see what's inside. So if you put anything important in the inside margins, you wouldn't be able to read it or see it. So ideally try to keep yourself. So if this were a book, we would have had a wider inside margin, by the way, to adapt for that problem. We would have made the inside margin be a little bit bigger so that there's more space for that, like kind of fold, the gutter, it's called the gutter, that happens when you're trying to open a page. So you're going to try to avoid to put anything inside of the margins. Okay. So now, that's what these are. That's the pink and the purple. So what's this red thing? That red thing, the 0.125 that's outside there, that's the bleed line. And in this case, this, remember it because it's red, blood, whatever. That's our bleed line. So what's bleed? Bleed is what you need when you're going to print something that has color, be it a photo, be it a color bar, be it an image, that's going to be going to the edge of the document. So does this have bleed? This document that I'm showing you here, let me try to put some light on it again so you can see it better. I don't know if that helped at all. It's a very gentle light. Does this document have anything printed outside of the edges? I don't know, you can see me pretty tiny. Either back or front? No. How about the inside? Is there any photo or art or images going out to the edges? I know it's hard to see. I need a couple of yes, no, maybes. Give me a no or a yes to give me an answer here so I can see that people are seeing it. Otherwise, I can stop my share if you can't see this very well. I'm seeing a couple of no's. The rest of you are still wondering. Okay, the correct answer is no. There is nothing exceeding the edges. There's nothing printed. This is just like white all around. All right, how about this one? Does this have any image that's going to the edges? Yeah. How about this page? Is there anything going on the edges? Yeah. Even though there's nothing here, there certainly is here. So here it's actually a full-on photograph, but here it's just a color bar, but it's still going to the edges, right? And then down here we have another color bar and a photo. So it's going to the edges. So if you're going to print anything that goes to the edges, you cannot print it, in this case, on an 8.5 piece of paper, 8.5 by 11, which is the size of our trim here. If I had a photograph that I'm going to use, and so just for now, it doesn't matter how I do this, I'll be doing this, hold on, I'll be doing this and show you what I'm doing later, but I'm going to bring in, I don't know, any old photo I don't even have. Give me a sec. Where do I have my, trying to just bring anything in. Okay, here, I'm going to bring this in. I'll show you later what I'm doing. So this is a photo, okay? If I want this to print inside without bleed, it would mean that I'm going to put it somewhere over here, inside of the margins. If I wanted to print so that I do see the edge, I would never put it there. This is putting this photo on the trim size. If I put the photograph on a trim size, say that this photo has to print this way, like one of the corners, when the trimming happens, it's actually a mechanical process. The printer prints this thing out and it can't print to the edges of an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper. So if you design an 11.5 piece of paper document, the printer's going to have to print it on a bigger piece of paper. So a bigger piece of paper will then need to be trimmed. That's why it's called a trim line, by a machine. A cutter is going to go to chunk and it's going to cut off the stuff that isn't 8.5 by 11. So if you put this photo to the trim line, trim machines are possibly imprecise and they give you a little tiny cut. You know how when you cut something on with your scissors, sometimes you kind of, if you try to cut to the edge, you'll get a little white line around it or something, or you cut into it and you kind of cut a bit too much. Have you ever tried to do that? And it's really hard to cut exactly on the line. Same with these machines. If you were to put this photo to the edge and they were to cut here, if the trim line, the trim cutter cuts wrong, it might eat into it. And if it cuts wrong on the outside, it might leave a white piece of paper on your edge. So when you want to put anything that is color, you have to put it in the bleed line. So this photo would have to be set up like that in this document. It would have to be set up all the way out to the trim line. So now when the machine comes and cuts, it goes and it cuts right there. It can't go wrong, because if it goes a bit too in or a bit too out, it'll still not have that white line of paper. Does that make sense, you guys?
Yeah.
This will fall down onto the floor of the printers. It'll be swept away as trash and hopefully as recycling. And this is what you're going to end up receiving, cut to there. So that means you're going to lose this piece of that photo and that piece of that photo. Not only that, if the trim is perfect, then you might lose only that piece. But if the trim is wrong, and it frequently is wrong, it might cut all the way into here, which is another reason, like it can cut, you know, they're giving it about that much leeway to be wrong that way or this way. And if it cuts all the way into here, then imagine if you had put any text over there. This is why we keep the margin clear, because if we have that much on the outside and this much on the inside, that the trim line might cut wrongly. And thus you can't put anything important here. If this house was truly important for some reason, if this was, I'm showing you the buildings you're about to buy or whatever, and you need to not cut this house out, this is a bit too dangerously close to that danger area. Does that make sense? You got to consider physically that this could be what's cut out or this. On the other hand, if they cut that way, you might end up having a bit too much space. So whatever image or color or bar that you put to the edges, you need to be willing to lose it or to have it be cut in. So if I'm at all going to put, say that I'm going to put a bar of color like this arts and lectures thing, I'm not going to make a block of color in this place. Let me go ahead and fill it with color here for a second. I'll be teaching you how to do all this right now. I'm just kind of, I'm not going to put it right there, right? I'm going to actually put it right there. And know that all I'll be seeing, hopefully the trim is correctly, and all I'll be seeing is this piece of it. And that will be dropped into the, cut off into the printer's table. Does that make sense? So that's what we call the bleed. It's that safety area for that page. Now, just by telling you this, what this means is that printing something with bleed is usually going to be more expensive than printing something without bleed, right? Because you're going to need more paper. And in fact, if you create a document that's going to be 8.5 by 11, and you put photos to the edges or colors to the edges, and it has to print with bleed, you're going to have to pay for a bigger piece of paper. So you might want to consider that if you are low budget or whatever, you're going to there's two options. Either you change your design to have no bleed. That's the cheapest thing to do. Or you are going to reduce the size of your document to fit inside of that, so that whenever you cut it out, it still fits into, for example, that 8.5 piece of paper. That said, if you go to a professional printer, they don't print on any half piece of papers. They still print on big sheets anyway, and your stuff gets printed many per piece, and the machines come and cut it out of a big chunk of paper. But the more paper you need, the more expensive it gets, because they need to put a bigger piece of paper to throw some away. And each cut gets charged. So if you have 4 cuts for 4 sides, you're going to be charged 4 cuts, right? So each cut is more expensive than just printing and having no cuts because it printed on the right size of paper. So those are considerations you want to keep in mind. So no bleed is going to be always cheaper to print than with bleed. So although it might be cuter to do that, if there's a consideration, then you might want to go, okay, well, yeah, I'm going to work inside of something that doesn't have bleed for purposes. So if you're not going to go into the edges, you don't need to put bleed on the document, okay? It's only if you're going to extend to the edges, and then the image has to be appropriate, that you're not losing anything important in this whole area. Okay, any other questions about bleed? Nope, got it, pretty clear. All right, you can add bleed also in Illustrator. In Illustrator, the choice to add bleed is there because in Illustrator, you can do everything we're doing right now here in InDesign, we can still do in Illustrator, as long as it's a simple 1-page thing, a label for a bottle of wine. But as soon as you begin to have multiple pages, Illustrator is out. You cannot use Illustrator for multiple pages. So if you have a 1-page document, 1 page, I mean 1 shape. As I said, a label isn't really a page as far as we think about it, but it's still a 1-page document, a flat 1-page document. Then you can still use Illustrator, and you can set it up with bleed, without bleed, with margins, without margins, just like everything I've been showing you here. All right. So now let's actually begin to do a little bit of what I just did, which is let's bring in an image. Okay. So what we're going to do first is we're going to go ahead and I need to, again, it's easier to show you all of this on the PC because the documents are right there. Let me actually move this over here. I'm going to reshare for a second so that you guys can see the entire page. So this is what I mean. If you're on a Mac, you have to go up way up there. And in this case, my program is over here and I have to go way up there to go file and place. If you're on a PC, you'll find the word file place right there. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to file place, or I always do the shortcut for this one because, you know, come on, going up there to file place a lot. So there's some shortcuts you just want to learn no matter what. And then this is Command or Control D. Okay. So but this is one of those shortcuts that isn't universal. Command D in Photoshop means deselect. Command D in InDesign means place. Command, I don't know what it is right now by heart, in Illustrator is place. So this is not the same shortcut across the board. In InDesign, Command D is one thing and it's different things than the others. So in fact, let me check really quickly so that I don't just speak without explaining. And let me just open anything in Illustrator for a second. And if I were to place something here, it's Shift Command P. That's the shortcut in Illustrator, okay? And in Photoshop, Command D is literally just deselect. So yeah, this is one of those few shortcuts that doesn't translate. All right, so I'm gonna do Command D or file place. And what's gonna open up is, I'm in a Mac, my Finder window. If you're on a PC, your Windows Explorer. Okay, so everyone go ahead and do file place or Command or Control D. And now we need to find our class files. And in my case, I have them here, but remember you all downloaded them. So you probably all have them into the downloads folder. Last class, I made you guys download them. And unless you moved them, ideally you would have put them in your documents folder. That's where they should be if you file management wise. But if you left them in your downloads folder, go to your downloads folder and find the folder that's called Fall 2023 Download Digital Design Techniques. Okay. Go find that. And I'm going to actually put a little shortcut over here to it because we have a different one. Go to that one. And then from here, what we're seeing here is the same stuff that we were seeing on Bridge. We could have done this with Bridge, but right now, give me, before I continue, give me a yes if you found your folder of class files in your Finder or in your Windows Explorer. If you found them, good. And then I'm seeing a message from Julie. I finally got design open, but it's taking over the whole screen and I can't get it smaller. I see you at the top of it. I tried Control, but nothing happens. Yeah, the Control is to modify the document, but not the entire application. So if it's filling your screen right now, you have to minimize it a little bit. Let me just quickly help you with that. So let me just stop and can you share your screen with me? Yeah, so yeah, what you've got here is a little like it's trying to teach you something. Go ahead and hit your escape key.
Nothing's happening.
Nothing's happening. Looks like your resolution is humongous. Look at how big everything is showing behind you. It's kind of weird. See, you don't even see the full logo. This is weird. You have a regular, go ahead and trying to see, go back to InDesign, to that little box where your mouse is, and try to close it. Go ahead and click on that there. There you go. Okay. Oh, no, click on it again, like you did before. Yeah, and then you're supposed to get a little box there. Try again a bit lower. Yeah, now hover over it again and click. There, say close window. Nope. Click on that again and in that little slider that, yeah, close that window. Okay, So now let's go ahead and let me look at the installation process. Does it say that it's been designed? Yeah, it's up to date and it's installed. Okay, so now go to search in the bottom taskbar and open InDesign again, and let me just see how it opens. Go ahead and write InDesign. There, oh, there it is. Now go up to the top and click on that choice that says no. Yeah, open. That works. Let me see it opening, and let's see if we can stop it from doing that. There we go. Now it's opening normally. Before you had things in a really weird way. Hold on, it's still setting itself up, so give it a second. It's not set up yet.
Diana, while doing that, is there a way to minimize this without it being so big?
Yeah, but that's what I'm seeing. You don't have the top of this image, just the top of this, the whole application isn't showing yet. Go. Can't move it until you see the top bar. Go to that top bar where it says touch, a little bit higher up. Yeah, click not the word touch, a little bit to the left where it doesn't say touch. Yeah, and let's see if you can click there and drag it down a bit. Yeah, no, you're missing the top bar. The top bar is where you can do this isn't InDesign yet. This is weird. This is like a TouchWorks. This is, what is this? This isn't InDesign. I can't see the top left because I have a little thing that says recording that's in the way. What do you read there on the top left? It's blind to me.
You mean
top
over
left of the screen?
I see the InDesign logo, and I see a home button, and then I see the file drop down bar.
Okay, go ahead and say new document. Let me just see if that resolves. Wow, it's like you're missing stuff. It's so weird. You don't have, something's really weird here. It's not showing you all the choices. It's not, this is not the InDesign window. What is this? InDesign 2024. Go ahead and close that window. It's bizarre. Hit your escape key. Okay, can you try now? If you hit your escape key, try putting your hand on the right side on the edge to see if it, at the very end of this gray thing, see if you can get a double-headed arrow all the way there and click it. No, it's just your whole, this is not the way InDesign should be, or exit. Okay, exit touch workspace. It's probably what's, there you go. You had this weird little touch workspace, which I don't have a touch screen, so I wasn't aware of it. It's kind of like, okay, got it. Now you can grab it, that little double, yeah, click on that. There you go. So now it's really tiny. Now you can open it up and make it more handleable. There you go. So now you can go ahead and, now you don't have, yeah, go ahead and say new document. And go to where it says picas and say inches. Yeah, right there. And then just put 4 pages and that's it. Don't worry about the bleed. No. Yeah, just put a number 4. Yeah, actually scroll down, put in the bleed. Scroll down a bit. And then go to the bleed and just click 1 time on the up arrow. Yeah, okay, now say create. There you go. Now you're in the same spot we are.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, now go to File, Place, which is Control-D, down, no, File, Place, go down the list, File, and then down.
Oh, right.
No, midway-ish is the File Place. There it is. Click on File, Place. Good. And now you need to go find the class files, which, unless you moved them, on the left side, you're going to go find your downloads folder. So on the left, and this is what everyone should be doing right now. Scroll over to your downloads folder. There it is. Oh, you passed it. There, find your downloads folder, and then today, a long time ago, did you not download the class files, or did you and you moved them somewhere else?
I don't know. Yeah, I downloaded, but I personal drive. I don't
where would, maybe they're not here. Maybe you put them in your documents folder or something. Go to your documents folder. This is all from like 2022 or something, so it's not there. So yeah, yeah, it would be it would be by alphabetical order, so it would be go into the folders and go to the Fs and see, but yeah, there you go. Yeah, you don't have it. Okay, you need to go and download the class files. So go ahead and cancel from here.
I think I
At
downloaded.
this point, I don't care. For today, go
Okay.
find any photo you have anywhere on your computer.
Okay.
If you have a photo somewhere, bring in a photograph. Those are
Okay.
PDFs. Those are not photos. So go find a JPEG somewhere if you have one.
Okay.
And then we'll make it work with any photo that you have. Okay. So I'm
Okay.
going to stop your share, let you find a photo and bring it in.
Okay.
But yeah, cool. And then later when you have a few minutes in the background, you can go ahead and say install and start installing Bridge and Photoshop and the others. Because right now, this is the only one that you've installed. Okay. I'm going to share my screen again. Here we go. All right. So I left you all hanging here on the filed place. And what we're going to do, we're going to look for just a basic JPEG. There's a ton of different formats here. We're going to be learning a little bit here and there what they are for. We're just going to install a JPEG. And the first one that is here on this list that I see is the one that called hue saturation flowers.jpg. See if you can find that. And once you find it, we're going to say open, or you can just double click. Either way, it's the same thing. Double click or select and open. And it's going to end up sitting on the tip of your hand. So to say, it's going to end up hanging from your mouse. I'm going to clean your feedback. And now I need a yes. If you've all got this little hue saturation image hanging from your mouse, give me a yes. All right. I'm seeing a couple of yeses. If you can't find it, if it's not working, if something's wrong, then give me a no. If in your case, Julie, if you don't have the photos, just bring in any photo. I don't care. A photo. In fact, anyone. If for any reason you're finding the class files at this point, I just need a photo of some kind. And when you place it, it'll drop in like this, waiting for you to do something with it. Now, what we're going to do with it is we're going to enter this photo two different ways. One way is to just click, simply click, boom. Wow. Do you see the photo? It's
Yeah.
humongous. In fact, if I were to go command minus, 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 that's how big it is. It's just like, whew, I can move it and it's just humongous. This whole bounding box is showing me how big that photo is. If you had to bring one of your own photos, you might not be having the same example. You might have a small photo you brought in or not, but this is a photo that when you just simply click, it drops in at its full size that it's capable to have and be. And if this is an 8.5 by 11 page, as you can see, this image is humongous. So we're going to be talking, that's the whole conversation about file resolution and everything from the handout that I want to talk about. So today I'm just going to not tell you the intricacies of why it's happening. Right now I'm just going to say, yeah, this is kind of doesn't work, right? So let's undo this. Let's do Command or Control Z. Okay. And when you do that, it's going to end up in your hands again. Let me actually double click to go back. It's going to end up on your fingertips again. If you went and did a Command Z one too many and it's on your fingertips again, then go ahead and go back and do File Place and find it again, or Control or Command D and find it again. But if you only went 1, 2, 3 until it undid the drop, then you have it here again. And this time, instead of simply clicking, we're going to actually click and drag and let go. And now the photo dropped in at the size that I chose, which in this case is random. I don't care. I chose a size. Okay. I'm going to clear your feedback. And when you get to this place where you were able to choose a size, now go ahead and do Command Z to pick it up again. And then this time be more specific. put your mouse on the corner of these margins, click, and then drag it out until it makes it to the end of this margin. Very precisely, not near, just right on top of it, and let go. And now we've been able to exactly choose where we want this photo and how big we want it. So go back and forth and place it a few more times. Go ahead and just do like that. Undo, Command Z, and maybe put it down here. You know, just like play around a little bit. Command Z, imagine that it's going to be a bleed, and so put it on the bleed, drag it from bleed to bleed. Okay, so this is an example of where that photo would have to be if we're trying to get it to print and go to the edges of the image. So when we're done with practicing back and forth, I want you to end up with this right here in the bleeds on both sides. At that point, when you have it in the bleeds on both sides, then give me a yes. And if you're running into trouble, isn't working, have some questions, go ahead and ask me.
Diana, I have a quick question. So
Yep.
I've got a picture in here. And when I move it around, if I move it up towards the top, it goes off the screen, the top part of it. How do I keep the whole?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. First of all, let me just be clear. I didn't ask you to move it yet.
Sorry.
So if you're moving it, no need to apologize. I'm just working on your question. I'm trying to say, let's prevent the problem you're having, because we're still not talking about moving. Just Command Z until you undo it and it's hanging on your the tip of your hands again, or do Command or Control D and bring it in again. I'm going to do that because I Command D one time's too many and it's not there. And then what I'm teaching you right now, Lena will teach you how to move it, is to place it in the exact place you want the moment you bring it in. And so all you need to do is to click and drag, because if you just simply click, it ends up everywhere and anywhere, which is kind of what happened. So my goal is to have you have it exactly where you want the moment you drop it. So I want you to practice by putting it back in the mouse tip, and now click and drag out until it's in the place you want it. Okay, so if for any reason it's still kind of out weird in some place like that, which is kind of what's happening, you can also just hit the delete key to get rid of it and then bring it in again. If you don't want to undo, then you do Control or Command D and you find it again. And either double click and open or just simply double click. And then now the last ending, and by then, if you're like zoomed in like that, you won't be able to do this, right? So of course you're gonna have to Command minus until you see the, oh, I'm going the other way around. Command, I'm zooming in. I'm gonna do Command 0, which fills my screen, and then I'll be able to see my bleed, and I'll be able to drag it from bleed to bleed. If all of this worked perfectly for you, give me a yes. If it's still not working or you have a question, now is the time to ask me or to share your screen. So did that work, Julie?
Kind of.
Is it? Okay, so how about we just, I'm gonna stop my share, go ahead and say share, and now I'll help you. The first time when there's a question, I'll kind of re-show it, but many times if you're in trouble, re-showing it doesn't do that much. And then I need to see what's happening to help you, okay? So go ahead and share your screen, and then let's see where you're at with this. I'm not seeing yeses from everyone. So if you did it, please give me a yes. Otherwise, I'm going to individually ask each one to show me. You were trying to say something, Julie, and I talked over you.
Yeah, it's all right. I'm just gonna drop the picture in. It just, when I dropped it in, it goes huge and takes over a lot of the.
Yeah, so instead of dropping it by clicking, you need to click and drag. That's the distinction we're making, because when it goes huge, you can't handle it, okay? So you need to, instead of just clicking, you need to like keep your mouse down and drag as you drop it. Do you perchance have a touchpad? Because with a touchpad, it gets a little bit harder to do anything in Adobe. By the time you're doing this professionally, you're going to want either a mouse or a graphic tablet with a stylus. Okay. So for those of you who are, What's that? You have one of these guys?
Yeah,
Or
and I
what-
have a
what did you
touchpad,
say?
but I'm on my mouse today.
Okay, no, a mouse or a graphic stylus. It's very hard to do anything with your touchpad when you're getting, to really work efficiently. So if you only have a touchpad, you guys, because you have a laptop with a touchpad, I highly recommend buying a mouse and attaching it, Bluetooth or cable or whatever. And if you're going to get into retouching an image and designing, a touchpad is not the right tool to use. This is an example of to unplug it to bring it up. This goes with this, and this is a Wacom or Wacom, I don't know how to pronounce it, pad, where this is kind of like if you want the mouse pad, but it's not really just a mouse pad, it's actually an element that I put my mouse here and I drag around, and this tip is equivalent to the tip of my mouse, but I can handle it and draw and drag around with my hand as if we're using a pencil. And definitely, if you're getting serious about this, you're going to want to end up using some kind of a graphic stylus. Now, this is about as cheap as this brand gets, which is kind of like the more professional, the one that's there. And this is about $79, $70, $60, something like that. So it's not so crazy expensive. If anyone wants to know more about these pads, I'll show you. There's other brands that are cheaper. This is the one that has been around forever, and it's like the one that started, but now there's other good ones and they can be a little bit cheaper. So right now I'm doing this, and you see my mouse moving around. It's just this, it's not a mouse. Okay. All right. So where were we? I'm seeing yeses on almost everyone. Let me see. Nima, is this working? Julie, Jenny, I know that you're just watching. Mark, what's happening with you? Haven't checked in with you in a little bit.
I couldn't enlarge the picture, like it's stuck.
I'm not really worried about
Nima?
it.
Yes, I couldn't.
Okay.
And can I share the screen?
You couldn't enlarge it. Can you try to share your screen to see what's happening? I don't think you've shared your, yeah, you have yours. Okay, good. All right. So in this case, we've gone beyond what I was asking you to do, because you've grabbed the edges and you've made the frame bigger, but as you can see, the picture doesn't change. So at least for now, I'm not asking you to enlarge to put it in the right place. I'm asking you to put it in the right place from initial existence of the thing. So let's go ahead and hit your delete key. That's not going to help right now at all. So hit your delete key so that you delete this entire box. And in fact, you have a little frame down there. I want you to select it. That's loose, select it and delete. Okay. And now I want you to go up to the file place, kind of down halfway in. No, that's to create a new document. File place, down. Yeah, up, right there, place. Yep. And now go find the image, just a little bit lower. You can bring the top one into if you want. Yeah. Find hue saturation. There it is. Yep, it's at the top now. There it is. It's the top one. Oh, somewhere in the middle. There it is. Yep, click on that.
Yes.
And say open. And now don't do anything. Put your mouse exactly where you want it. Go up to the beginning. Go to the trim. I see that you don't have your margins and your lines. Click there and don't let go the mouse. Click and drag your mouse. Click and drag. Yeah, drag your mouse. There you go. Make it the size you want. Now let go of your mouse.
Oh,
Boom.
thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, Command or Control Z. You're in a PC, on a Mac thing. So Command Z. Hold down the Command tab Z, and there it is again. So you can practice. Now make it really tiny. Now make it like click and drag and make a tiny little window. Click and drag. Down. Yeah, and let go. Now you brought it in really tiny.
Yes.
Undo it. Command Z. And practice again. Command Z. And now make it, I don't know, halfway size. Got it? I'm just trying to get you guys to learn how to just deliver it about the size you want to start with. Okay? Leave it there. And when you let go, there it is. Now, from there, we can still manipulate it, make it bigger or smaller. I just haven't shown you that yet. So right now, this is all I was showing you. I'm kind of concerned that I'm not seeing your margins or your, not concerned, but I'm
Yeah.
not seeing your margins or your bleed. So can you
Margins
go ahead and go to your keyboard and hit the W key for a second? Hit your W, because there's a possible, hit the W key. Okay, try again, W again. No. So I'm just, and you do seem to have set up your margins and stuff. They're there. I can see the margins. I don't see the bleed, but I see the margins. So I should be seeing that. So I'm wondering if you have, for some reason, turned off the view of your
I was checking the
guides.
colors, but I don't know.
Edit page, rules, grids. There's they're on the, yeah, the word guides, click on the first one, show guides. There you go, that's the guides, it's not the same. So no, we don't want that one, go back to hiding your guides. Which one would it be? You got the rulers and grids turned on. When you went to do the changes in the settings, did you change something there? Go to the file, go to InDesign, the word InDesign, and settings, preferences, go to the word InDesign, yeah, and down there, preferences, general. Yeah, and I'm wondering if you changed something here. So I wanted to do a reset for your settings. Go to interface. I can't, it's so tiny I can barely see it. Let me open mine so I can see what you're seeing. Go down to the one that says guides and pasteboard.
Guides and paste.
And let me see if you turn something off there. 4 points, guides and back. No, it's all the same. I just don't know why you're not seeing all your guides. This is so weird. Where else could it be? Well, for now, I don't have a solution. I'm gonna have to do a search to figure out why you're not seeing them. I've never had anyone not see them, and I'm looking at all the different choices there and I'm not seeing them. The only thing I can think of is that you can reset your preferences, but you're in the middle of using it. So for now, just ignore it. I'm gonna just say cancel at the bottom. And for now, you don't have your things, but I'm wondering if you start a new file, if it comes with guides, go ahead and just really quickly say file, new document, and let me just say yes to whatever comes up. Just say create. Yeah, to whatever's there, because it should have. So now you're seeing the guide. No, that's different. That's the guide. So turn that choice to see guides off. It's the bottom, no, the bottom one, right? Yeah, go to the right. No, the last one to the right. Yeah, down. Right, there's 6 boxes there. Further, the one to the right is the one you need to click on. The bottom right one. 1, 2, 3 to the right. 1, 2, 3. That one. Okay, yeah, your guides are not showing. I do not know why. I'm gonna have to find, you might have to do a reset. So it's okay, close this window. I just thought it might be something you did on that frame, but it's actually your document that's not showing them. So forget it for now. Close this little thing that says untitled at the top. Go to the tab. Nope. Go to the tab right above the white page. You have, nope, go to the white page.
Yeah.
Go to the white paper. Yeah. And now put your mouse in the middle of the white paper and then go up. And you'll hit the tab that says untitled. Okay, on the left side there's a little X. You passed it and there. Click on X to get rid of that one. It'll say, yeah. Now you're in this one again. Okay, good. You're in that one. I'm going to stop your share and keep going.
Thank you.
All right. Let me share my screen. By the way, I didn't check who else said yes or no. Is everyone there, or is someone else needing my help? I think I'm seeing yeses almost everywhere except for no, you all said yes. Okay, good. All right. So that was that was an example of dropping the image exactly where you want it to drop. But a lot of the times we don't know where we want it yet. Like if it's a template that you've already designed it, you know exactly where you want it, then this works. But sometimes you're like, well, I drop it in now. Do I want to make it bigger? Do I want to make it smaller? How do I handle that? Well, now I am going to teach you how to make it bigger or smaller. First of all, we're going to use our black selection tool. Okay, black selection tool, in case you were somewhere else exploring. And with our black selection tool in hand, we can just click anywhere except for the center, like ignore the center. Avoid it. If you have a hand, it's not going to work. Anywhere except for the center, your mouse is a black arrow tool. Now click and drag it, and now you are moving it around both frame and content. Remember I told you these are two things? Right now we're moving frame and content. I'm not grabbing any of the edges. I'm just clicking in the photo somewhere that's not the center, and then that's how I would move the piece. Exactly the same size as I have it. Okay? Is that working? Now, as long as you don't touch the frame or you don't touch the grabber, you can move it in the exact same size and shape it is anywhere you want. Okay. Now, I'm going to put it kind of back into its place for the size it came. What if I want it smaller? Well, if I want it smaller, remember, if I grab any of the edges right now, I'm going to make the frame smaller, but not the photo smaller, which is most of the times not what you want. If you do that, say Command Z, try it again. It's not what you want. Command Z. So trust me, holding down to the frame is not the solution to making the photo itself smaller. All it does is a frame smaller. So if what you're really trying to do is to show us just the yellow flower, that's a good idea. This is kind of like a crop. Does that make sense? But it's not a solution if what we were trying to do is to get the whole photo smaller. So play around with this a little bit. Do make the frame bigger or smaller, because there's a place for saying that all you wanted to show was the flowers. Yeah, that's good. This is basically kind of cropping. The rest of the image is there. You're just not seeing it. And then go ahead and do Command or Control Z again a few times until you get back to the entire photo. As you can see, we're going to use Command and Control Z a lot, and that's the same across all of the applications. And you got to want to get accustomed to it because we're going to be testing things back and forth to do and undo. All right. So now, how do we actually make this smaller instead of just cropping into it? Well, it's a different shortcut if you're in a Mac or on a PC. But right now, I'm going to be making, from the corner, I'm making it up and down. Now I am truly making it up and down smaller. And what I'm doing right now, let me undo, is I'm holding down the, if you, let me see, what would it be on a PC? I don't have, I don't have a PC to show you, and my keyboard's on it. So I'm going to hold down Option and Command on the Mac. So I'm assuming it would be Control and Alt on the PC. So Option and Command on the Mac. And also, I'm going to hold down the Shift key to keep it proportional. And then I'm going to click and drag a corner or a side. And as long as I'm holding down 3 keys, Option, Command, and Shift, then I'm making the entire photo bigger, photo and frame bigger or smaller. Thank you, Ian saying Control Alt. Yeah, oops, that's my 15-minute warning. So Control Alt is equivalent to Option Command. And the reason I'm holding the Shift is because if I don't hold the Shift, I might still distort it. The Shift is what keeps it proportional, okay? So it's Command, Option for Mac, Shift, or Control Option, Shift for PC. And now I can make both content and frame bigger or smaller at the same time. If that's working for you, let me get some clear your feedback. If that's working for you, you've been able to make the entire thing connected, bigger or smaller, proportional. Like if you don't hold the Shift, it's going to be like that and you're squishing or stretching, okay? So I'm talking proportional. hold down the shift and make it bigger or smaller. If that is working for you, give me a yes. If it's not working for you, yeah, there we go. Rebecca, what's happening and how can I help?
I'm doing all kinds of things. I did this distorted and then I made 2 images and
All right, let's go ahead and share your screen then.
I Command Z. So I missed something when the somebody came to the gate.
All right. Okay, go for it. So you're on a Mac. So hold down
Yeah.
the Option, Command, and Shift.
Yeah. And now,
Okay, now go grab. I like to grab the corner, but by default, but you can grab any side as long as you're holding Shift. Yep, let go of your mouse, not of your hand, not of your fingers. Okay, so there, something's not working. Go ahead and do undo. Let me look and see what, go ahead and let go and do undo. You're not using the right tool. Yeah, you're in a zoom tool. See on the left, you have a zoom tool there, which is the Z. When you did an undo, you probably ended up just touching the Z without the command. And so it shifted your tool. You have to be in the V
So
tool.
now-
Good, now it's gonna work. Now hold Option, Command, and Shift and use your corners. Now that is moving it. You
But I got
yeah, you
2.
duplicated it. So yeah, go ahead and undo that. That's because that's a way to get 2 things, but it's because you're not doing one of the things. So
Okay.
if you're forgetting to hold down to your command, that's only Option does a double. So Option and Command at the same time and Shift. Yeah, let go. There we go.
Okay.
That's bigger. Now make it smaller. Now make it smaller. Grab the corner this time. Again, Option, Command, and Shift, all 3. And now make it really small. Keep going. You have to kind of push inwards. You have to kind of push inwards. Push inwards towards that yellow flower. Yeah. Now let go. Okay, that one distorted, so you must have not been holding the Shift. So go ahead and say Command Z. Yeah. Now put all 3 fingers down and don't let go. Like just press them hard. Do not let go. Now go grab one of the little corners and drag it all the way in towards the yellow flower. Like push in, like into the center of the image. There we go. Let go of your mouse, not your fingers.
Okay.
You let go of your
Yeah,
fingers
I'm letting
first.
go of my
Command
fingers.
Z.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, Command Z. Yeah, thanks. I need to see it happening before I can know how to correct you. And there I saw what was happening. You have to let go first of the mouse because the moment you let go of your fingers, it all goes to pot, right? Because it's those fingers that are holding it in that mode of constrained and smaller. So first let go of your mouse.
But my
Then,
fingers are down and I just did it again.
yeah, so now you did it again because that's only the Option key. So Command Z. Yeah.
No, they're
I'm
all
gonna
3
teach you that
down.
one, how to duplicate. Well, try again. All 3 down.
All 3 are down.
Now move it. Move it in. You always have to push in as if you're going to the middle of the picture.
And I keep,
It doesn't look like you've grabbed it. Yeah, it doesn't look like you've grabbed it.
huh.
It's not even selected. Let go of your fingers, select, delete or undo because you made a duplicate there.
Mhm.
Just undo for a second. Yeah. Okay. No. Undo. There we go. Okay, so here's your image.
So I'm
Grab it,
3
dump it
down.
with your mouse. Just with your mouse right now. Grab it and move it a bit. I want to make sure there's nothing underneath. Just grab it from the middle and move it, just to make sure you don't have like a duplicate that's lost somewhere in the background. You grabbed it with the grabber, so undo what you just did. Undo and undo again. Undo, undo, undo until you're back into the frame. Yeah. So now, hold on a minute. Put your mouse into that white space of like that back wall or something, not in the middle, because if you put it in the middle, it touched the grabber. So now there, click and drag and move your photo around a little bit. I want to make sure there's nothing left underneath. Yeah, let go. Okay, so now that's for sure the only thing you have. Good.
Mhm.
All right. I just wanted to make sure you didn't have a duplicate there that kept appearing. Okay, now Shift, Option, and Command, all 3 down, really strong.
Okay.
Now, grab the corner, yeah, and pull it in.
Oh,
Perfect. Yep, let go of your mouse, not your fingers.
I let go. of
Good.
my fingers.
Now grab, now make sure your fingers are still down, grab the corner and pull out. Yep, good. Now make sure your fingers are still down. Grab it from that little middle box in the center and now pull in upwards, up, 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 up. Okay, and that makes it small until you let go of your mouse.
Wow.
Okay, always the mouse. So whenever you guys touch these keys that I say that are the modifier keys, Command, Control, Shift, these are all modifier keys. You need to first press them down, then you do your movement with your mouse, and then you let go of your mouse, and then you let go, because those keys are informing the mouse what to do. So they need to be held down the entire time. Okay, so there you go. Now it's working. So it's a bit of practice. After a while, it'll be second nature what to do first or next. In Illustrator, we're going to do a lot of this, and it'll be more of a, oh, what do I do first or last? It's always keys first, mouse next, mouse, let go first, keys left. It's kind of like a bookend. Keys start and end, mouse works in the middle. Okay?
Okay.
right,
With the
cool.
stylus, is it the same process?
Yeah, same. The mouse and the stylus and the touchpad are one and only. It's just a different tool. It moves your cursor, it moves your pointer. Okay, so yeah, it's the same process always. Now I do want to explain to everyone what it was that was happening when she was getting a duplicate. So I'm going to show you that now. I just want to make sure everyone has this portion down first before I go show you something different that might get confusing. So because I saw yeses, let me make sure this is the right yes. Give me a yes again if you were able to successfully move the picture, make it bigger or smaller, keeping it proportional, and all is good. If that worked out, give me a yes. Okay. Waiting for a couple more yeses. Victoria, I think your face looked like you were doing great, but I don't have a yes. Who else is there? Okay, I've got a yes from everyone else. Mark, you said that you're working on it. Okay, so here we go. What was happening to Rebecca is she was kept getting duplicates, and it's like, what was happening? Well, if all you do is press the Option key, look at my mouse. It goes from a single arrow to a double arrow. You see that? Option, Option on, Option off, Option. So my arrow becomes double. In all three programs, Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign, the Option key on its own, together with a selection tool, turns into two little arrows. And then when you click and drag, you've made a duplicate. Okay. Instead of having to do copy paste, you put your mouse over something that has a double-headed arrow in your drag, and there's your duplicate. Now, if I drag it far enough, then it's a duplicate out there. I keep doing undo, but if you just drag it a little bit, you get undo. So what was happening to Rebecca, instead of really clicking on this little edge, she was holding down Option. I know, it's telling you. She was holding down Option, Command, and Shift like she should, but her mouse, instead of being on the corner, on the edge, it was a little bit inside. And so when it's a little bit inside and not on the frame, what does it look like? Now I'm doing the same as before. I'm doing Option, Command, Shift. I'm doing the whole thing that you were supposed to do, but instead of targeting the exact corner, I'm moving it in a little bit more. And what happens when it's in? It's really a duplicate. You see that? So if you click and drag, you get a duplicate. So the only thing that was happening there is that instead of targeting the exact point that you need to target, she was a little bit further in. Thus, she kept getting duplicates. Does that make sense? Okay, so now you know why. Not only do you know why it was happening, but you also know how to do it on purpose and how to avoid it if you did not want that duplicate to happen. Okay, you have to really target the handles. These are called the handles. All these little white boxes are not the blue one, that's different. The yellow one's different, but the white boxes, there's 9 of them. Those are the handles, and that's what we need to target when we want to move in or out, not the inside. All right, good with that? Everyone got a duplicate? If you got a duplicate, delete it. And how you delete it is either by literally doing undo because you got a duplicate, or just when something is selected and you don't want it anymore, hit your delete key, boom, and it disappears. All right. Yes, Victoria?
For some reason, my zoom in and zoom out. I don't know if I'm not doing it correct, but it's not working for me.
All right, let me have you share your screen because I need to kind of get a gander. The reason I say share your screen, like I can see what's happening and then I can figure out how to resolve it. Like I wouldn't have known how to help Rebecca unless I saw that she was putting the mouse in the wrong place. So it's not like I'm trying to, it's usually the only way I have to help you if I can't understand what's happening. So I'll go ahead and do a share. Oh, look at that. Ian was writing in the screen. Yeah, he was writing the same thing that I just taught you, that Alt gives you a duplicate. Yeah. And again, that's the kind of shortcut you want to know for all across. Victoria, I'm not seeing your shares. Are you able to share? Something happening? You need to click share and then again the right button for share. It's 2 buttons for sharing. There you go. All right, perfect. So, yeah, since you have your frame already in a different shape and size and whatever, why don't we just start? Let's just do this again. Just hit the delete key to get rid of this. Because I'll show you later how to fit your frame to your whatever, but for right now, just delete. Do you have a delete key somewhere? Yeah, hit the delete key. And let's bring it in again, all clean. Okay. So go back and do a file place or Command D or your VDI Control D or file place. And let's go grab your Google Drive. Yeah, VDI, right? Yeah, Google Drive, shared drives. And in the future, once you go there, it shouldn't be sending you all the way back each time. It should be always remembering that it's in the right place. But double click.
It's just going really slow.
Yeah, when you share, it's really slow. Let me do this. Yeah, and then double click one more time in the file download. There we go. And now grab anything and grab one of those that's in front if it's getting too slow to. You can do this with any of the, or go down a little bit more now that you're there and get it. Okay, now go ahead and drop. This is either an SVG or an Adobe Illustrator file that you dropped. Of all things, when I said grab anything, I forgot that we have files that are not, but it might still work. Go ahead and yeah, it's very spotty when you're on VDI and on Zoom, like sharing, it gets really slow. Go ahead and do a
Oh, I guess he disappeared.
Yeah, so you know what? I'm gonna stop your share because on top of everything with you sharing, it's even slower. So go ahead and drop it. If you can, go get a JPEG or the image I had, because that's actually an SVG or an Illustrator file, and it's gonna handle itself a little bit differently. Not necessarily, it should work, but it's a big file, so it's better if you get one of the small ones. At the very top, when you say file share, the first one that comes up is like beans or coffee beans or something like that. Any of those would be fine. You want to place one of those that are easier to grab instead of scrolling down. And then when you have it open, then you can share again, okay?
Okay.
So to fix those alarms, I have an alarm set up for the class that was ending at the wrong time. This class ends at 12:45.
Yeah, no, I just didn't want to go up. Oh, I see. Okay.
I'm hearing some people in the background somewhere. Someone's talking behind you.
Sorry, I'm in a cafe.
Oh, no, that's fine. Yep. What? I'm teaching. All right, so here's your image. Good. Now, and I know it'll be spotty, right? Because of what's happening, but go ahead and hold down on your Control, Alt, and Shift. And now go target one of those 4 little handles, the white ones. Okay, and click and drag. It didn't seem to have grabbed, or maybe it's just that it's a spotty share. You need to have it have a little double-headed arrow for it to be grabbing, and right now it just looks like a single arrow. Go grab the one that's kind of over the woman's neck, that little middle one. That way it's very visible. That way we can really see if you're grabbing it, because there's nothing else in the way. Yeah. So now it looks like it's not there. That's grabbed. Okay. Now push up to make it bigger or down to make it smaller. It's spot. Yeah, it's going. It just takes its time. Okay. Let go of your mouse. And it's, and you were holding Control. Oh, are you on a Mac?
Yes.
Okay. Got it. On a Mac, on VDI, you're supposed to use the shortcuts for the PC. And it works for everything except for this one. On a Mac, on VDI, this shortcut doesn't work because it's trying to use the Control key as something else. I'm like, oh, yeah, since I'm not demoing on VDI, I forgot. Yes, you're on VDI and on a Mac. So for you, this won't work. Okay, it's just it's just
fine. I
an issue
have
with
the
that.
InDesign
So it's not
downloading
you.
in the background. Okay.
Yeah, so that's okay, good. So that's all that's happening. Okay. At least that I know what's happening and it's not confusing. So yeah, okay, so let's stop your share. Perfect. I just had to look at your computer, see that it was a Mac, remember that you're on VDI and go, oh, yeah. There's a couple of things that the shortcuts on VDI just don't match. That's one of them. But there's a solution. There's buttons that will get you around that. Okay.
I actually just downloaded the InDesign, so I'm going to try and do it on the regular InDesign and not VDMI.
Oh, okay, great. Great. You can whenever you have it up and running, let me know. All right, I'm going to share my screen again. Perfect. Yeah, see, that's why had I not looked at you, I wouldn't have been able to remember, oh, that's VDI and that's that, and that's what happening, because there's just so many individual options. Okay, great. Okay, guys, so now we have an image that we've learned how to make it bigger or smaller for everyone except for Mac people on VDI. It's the one exception. And we've known that if you just do Option, you get duplicates, right? Okay, now, I'm going to make an assumption that by now, if you had a problem, you would have told me. So everything is good. And there's another way of modifying our images. This time, we're not going to hold to anything down. And all we're going to do is we're going to make the frame bigger. So if you have a very big picture, make it smaller first, the way we did it. Command, Option, Shift, and make it smaller, right? Make it a bit smaller so that we start with a smaller image. And then, without holding any modifier key, let's just make our frame bigger, right? So I'm going to make a frame bigger. So this is what was happening by mistake or undesirably, so to say, before. Now we want to do that. We want to make our frame be something that's very different than our photo. So not only that, but I have no idea if it's proportional, right? I'm going to make a photo. In fact, I'm going to make it very non-proportional. So on purpose, I'm going to make this frame be kind of long and thin, which is clearly not the proportion of this photo, right? Go ahead and make a very long and thin frame. When you're there, give me a yes. I want to make sure the prep is set up correctly before we all get to the next thing. So this is a perfect example that unless you use modifier keys, this object is two parts. It's a frame and a content. And when you just, without modifier keys, try to grab that frame, the frame happily opens up and the content sits there waiting to be told what to do. Okay? All right, let me clear your answers because everyone said yes to this. And then let me keep going. So if I'm in this situation, what can we do? When would we be in this situation? Well, if we have a template, for example, that says, this is exactly where the photo has to fit. And so you can't really modify the frame because that's what the template says where the photo has to go. Well, ideally, first of all, you might have had to look and go, well, I guess I'm going to have to get a vertical, portrait photo to make it fit better. But say you go, no, I'm just going to use this photo because this is the photo I'm going to be, and this is the frame it has to be. This is the shape that for some reason it's a brochure that's already been formatted, and that's the size of the photo that I need. So now you're going to have to make this photo somehow fit well into that frame. So let's go over here to the right side of my properties panel. So say that you're still on the pages or any other panel, go back to the properties panel. And notice that somewhere down here, you have something that's called frame fitting. Frame fitting. All these choices are going to do different things. First of all, I'm going to, got it, Rebecca, thanks. First of all, I'm going to hover and read what it says. If I hover over this one, it says fill frame proportionally. So we're not going to distort the photo if we click on this one, and it's going to fill the frame proportionally as best as it can. So let's try that one out. If I click on that, what it did is it went, well, you asked me to fill the frame and you asked me to keep the photo proportional. So to do that, it's got to show me only a portion of the photo. Does that make sense? So this is the correct response. It's just that we have a very long and thin frame or a fat and wide photo, right? So in this case, the fit frame proportionally, although it worked like it should have, I might need to use my grabber here to move it around and say, well, let me show maybe this side of the image. So I'm going to do like that. And maybe this is what I wanted. I wanted to show like that portion of it, for example, right? Now be careful, because in the moving up and down, what did I do here? I moved it up to make it fit better, but now the frame isn't filled. See that? So I might need to go back down to make sure that my frame stays filled. Now that frame is filled. So although this might be a good solution, right? So I'm using the grabber to move the content around. My frame isn't changing. So I might go, oh, this is a better solution. Maybe I'll show this part of it because I'm stuck. This is the photo they want to use and that's the shape they want to do. I got to make the best of it. I am filling my frame and I am putting this at whatever way it has to fit. Got it? Let's go ahead, and I did many movements, so it's going to take a lot of Command Z's to make this work. But go ahead and do Command or Control Z, 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 Z as many times as you need until it goes back to being that little, I kept going and going and going. So since I did it so many times, I've been like, I'm like 20 Z's by now. Z, Z, ah, there it is, finally. Now I'm back to the initial frame. Did that work? Were you able to move the content around while the frame was filled? And when you get back to this one, we're going to see what the next box shows us. So the next box is actually fit the content proportionally. So fit the content means we will see the entire content as best as we can inside of the window that we have. So when I click on this one, that's as good as it goes. It's fitting the content. We're not losing any content this time proportionally. So in this case, it's stretched the image out as best as it could, and that's as big as it gets because we're trying to fit a zebra into a, like a peg into a hole or whatever it's called. It just as best as it can do. But if I needed to show the entire photo, there's important people in there, they all have to be in there, then that's all I can do. So maybe I'm going to have to put in 3 photos in a row to fill that space or something. I don't know. Like if this were a template that needs that space and needs that photo, I got to do something to change it. Either I change photo, find one that's vertical, or this is as good as it gets to show my entire photo. Does that make sense? Let's go Command Z to go back to the beginning. The next 2 are more dangerous because fit content to frame. My content is horizontal, my frame is vertical. Look what's going to happen. Yikes. It did what it said. It fit my content into my frame, which not good, right? It distorted things. But now and then, if this is a blank color or simply a texture or something, this might work, right? But for the most part, we rarely want to distort our photographs. So Command or Control Z. The last one, so that's fit content. And the last one is actually, you can only use if you don't have a forced template that needs to be this shape and size, where you guys ended up sometimes with a frame bigger or smaller than your photo and you were trying to figure out how to fix it. Well, that's the last one where it's going to fit the frame to my content. Boom. So now my frame came in and is actually holding my content to best of its extent. You guys saw it? Did that work? All of those kind of worked for you? If so, and you were able to experience all the different choices, then give me a good old yes. So depending on what you need the photo to do and the frame that you gave it, those are, you know, a whole bunch of different choices and options. Now, if I were to grab this frame again and make it anything, I don't know what that, again, try not to make it something that would be kind of proportional, but not so out of it. Say I do that to the frame. There's this thing called auto fit there. It makes the content resize as the frame resizes. So this is a solution for you, Victoria, on VDI, or whoever doesn't want to do the whole Shift, Option, and Command. If you have that one turned on all the time, then as you, well, actually, we would have had to start, hold on, let me undo. Back to where we're in this like mode. Let's first fit the frame to content, like it's correct. Forget that I stretched it out, and now hit auto fit. And now you're going to be able to stretch it out or in. The only thing you need to make sure to hold on is the Shift key to keep it proportional. And then without holding Shift, Option, Command, Alt, and all that stuff, it's automatically doing the thing that I told you it would do if you were to have held all the other keys. Okay, so this is the way to do it automatically. The thing is that a lot of times we don't want that. So if you have that turned on, you can never separate these two. As long as you always want this to work with the frame never separating from it, then you can keep the auto fit on all the time. I rarely want that option, but if I want it, then you don't have to use all your shortcuts. If you don't hold the Shift key though, you can still, you know, get your frame to be out of place. And what it does is constantly going to keep your frame, it's constantly going to keep your photo in proportion. But then how do you ever crop in? Like if your intention was that you wanted to crop in on this picture, in this mode, you can't crop in. Does that make sense? Because it doesn't let you. It just always is showing you the her image. So if the intention was that you wanted to crop in to say this little bit, you have to turn the auto fit off, and then you can move the photo independently from the content. Okay, so that's, it's fine. It's a good use as long as that's what you need, and it's not a good use when you don't need it. So you just need to be careful if this is on or off for your choices. Okay. Last thing is if you have a frame, let's turn the auto fit off now. If I have a frame in a, you know, kind of that's off in one way or another, the last one is just says center your content. Not the last one. The next to last one is center your content. So like my frame is kind of long and tall. If I hit center your content, it put my content in the center. I don't know that that's very useful, but there it is. It exists. For the most part, if I want my content centered, I'll make the frame fit. But then there's one last thing, and this is content aware fit. Now, content aware in all of these programs, I'm going to make it be some weird thing. There's some weird thing. Content aware fit is an artificial intelligence tool. It's one of the new AI tools where the computer looks around and decides for you what might be best. Sometimes they're miraculously good. And other times they're like, I have no idea what you wanted. I gave you something that isn't what you want. So, you know, you got to try it out. In this case, there's nothing else to tell it anything. There's no blocks of text. There's nothing in this page yet to inform the computer what would be a good. So if it looks at the content, there's no content. So the only content it has is that photo. So when you click on content to where fit, it's going to do the best it can. And according to Photoshop, that's the best fit for this photo in that shape. So it, depending on how big your frame was or not, that's what it's going to do. Content to where fits, there's one thing it's going to do, it's not going to distort your image because it knows that distorting photos is bad. So all it was able to do is basically the equivalent to the first one, which was make the frame fill the content to the best of its ability without distorting. Okay, so those are all just different choices to make your frames work back and forth. If I now click auto fit, this is telling me that we have 15 minutes. If this is cropped in right now and I now hold on to the auto fit, if I now make it bigger, it's going to assume that this is what I want and it's going to keep to that. It's going to make it bigger or smaller as best as it can, show me that portion of the image. Okay, it's not showing me the whole thing because I was telling it that I wanted to show only that portion. So as I'm giving it proportionals or not, it's kind of keeping that bit out. I would have to make it be the proportion of my photo and turn off the auto fit so that I can go back to saying fill content, fill frame proportionally. And then it gives me my entire image again. Okay, so anyway, just saying that there's many choices, and of all those choices, you just need to make sure you'll play around with them until you find the right one. Fit content to frame is the one where finally I get my entire photo again and the frame right on the image, and that's kind of where I'm at this point. Okay, so the last thing I'm going to say about this, unless there's any questions, did something not work for someone? Is any questions about this? Is anyone still having questions? I, as usual, prefer the shortcuts because I've been doing the shortcuts for so long, but it's completely understandable if you prefer to be using those little guys right there. No questions. I'm seeing yeses, but I didn't ask anything, so I'm not sure those yeses are from this. Just say no or raise your hand if something's not working or if you have a question. All right, so good. Now, a really important thing, what I'm about to teach you right now is really crucial. I'm going to make it a little bit smaller so you can really see everything around. I'm going to make it bigger. What are these other things other than the white boxes? There's some other stuff going on here. Well, the one that's kind of funky and cute is this yellow one. If I pull this, if I click on it first one time, and then I pull it around, I'm rounding the corners of this frame. Okay, so once again, the first, let me just actually make this whole thing a little bit smaller so that you can see what's happening. You first have to select it, click on it. It runs up there, and then if you pull it in, it rounded out the corners. It's a little bit gimmicky. If that's what you want, that's perfect. That's what that is, that little yellow guy. It rounds the corners of your frame. Okay, did that work? Give me a yes if you were able to round the corners of your frame. All right, so once again, it doesn't work just by selecting it. So it wasn't happen by mistake. You have to first click it, then you would have to purposely move it in. And you can make it, move it in and in and in. You can probably make it, I think that's as far as it goes. Yeah, it doesn't like give you a full circle, it goes up. Yeah. What's that? Now I held down the option key and it gave me this funky thing. So basically when you do different different things with it, it drags it in different ways, and you know, it just kind of works back and forth. Let's undo that, Command and Control Z. It's fun, it's funky, it's not essential. but just showing you what it is since it is one of the elements that are there on the frame. Okay, let's undo, Command Z and undo. It's always easier to undo than to to fix it, than to pull it out again. If you just don't want it, just back until it's gone. It'll always work better than trying to get back the perfect border. All right, now this one here, we're going to ignore until we have some text. It'll come in handy when having text. This image doesn't have any text, so for now, ignore it. The most important, very most important icon that's on this edge is this guy, this link. I'm going to introduce the concept today, and then we're going to really understand much more what's happening, and we're going to use this concept of linked images all across the board with all our applications. So this is like an introduction to the whole thing, which is this image, this whole, document seems right now to have mostly blank pages and one photo, like it's part of it. But no, this photo is not part of it. Imagine if I actually had 100 pages, well, I don't know how many pages this has, 55 pages, right? But it's chock full of photos. It's photos everywhere. Okay, not only that, it probably has logos and shapes and other stuff. It's just a lot of material is in here. It has tables that are probably an import from Excel or something like that. It's got a lot of content of different kinds in here. If this document had truly embedded each one of these photos, the InDesign document would be unwieldy. It would be impossible to handle. It would be humongous. Our computers wouldn't be able to deal with it or handle it. So what InDesign does is, instead of placing or embedding the photos into the document, it only links them, which is why this is a little icon of a chain. This photo has been linked to the document, and I can have one InDesign document and, I don't know, 50 linked images. Does that make sense? Now, that design is still a small document, perfectly malleable and handleable. And each image is its own self, an image that you would handle Photoshop and photos in Photoshop, logos and stuff, and shapes in Illustrator, InDesign and InDesign. And these images are linked. You guys remember the first thing I told you about this document, that this is the document that has some links, and those links are in here. Remember when I first opened up? These are the two images that are living in here, but they're not in there. They're just linked. And the link has to always be with the InDesign. At least InDesign always need to know where the links are. So remember the first thing when we opened this one, the first thing that was said is it's missing its source images. And we had to tell it, oh, it's okay, it's over there. It's because when you first open it, if it's been moved to another computer, it's looking for them in some other place. So right now, watch the beauty of Bridge. When I click on this image, this is before I opened it. If I look here at all of the different metadata, it tells me the linked files are in the users, Daniel Scott team, awesome Dropbox, Daniel Scott, video toots files, That's where these are. That's what this image thinks they are. It thinks they are there. And that's why it was like, I can't find you. Can you please tell me where they are now? Because when this was created, that's where those images lived. Watch for a second, just watch. This is just demo. I'm going to open this document again. It has two sources that are missing. You can find a link the missing links using the links panel. I'm going to say, okay. And now I'm going to just ignore this. Now, it means that this image is linked to something that it does not know where and how to find it. So there's a links panel, and I'm going to open it up and I'll show you how to do this later, but I'm going to show you the links panel. And here it's telling me these two photos are who knows where. They are missing. These photos, I am seeing a little preview of them, but InDesign doesn't know where they are. So I need to tell them where they are. So I'm going to click on this little question mark here, and I'm going to tell it that where they are is And it's in my fall 2023 folder, missing link and replace fonts, image file. There it is. This is where it is. Let me say, okay. And it relinks it. And then it goes, ooh, I think I found the other missing link. Should I? And I'll go, yeah, okay, do that. Phew. So now it's good. Now it knows. Now it knows. And if I hover over it, now it tells me this photo is in users Diana Musacchio downloads fall 2023. Like it found them. Now they are in my computer, in my users folder, in Diana's computer, in my fall 23 downloads digital design. Now it's like, phew, I was able to find them. And I don't know if I hadn't shown you before, but it was just this little preview mode before, and now it's sharp and clean because it's actually showing me the real image. If I go back to Bridge and I click on this image now, and I open it, that if I save it, I haven't saved it yet, but if I were to save it, now it would know that these are now living in the right place. I'm gonna say, I don't want to save it because I save it, my sample file will know where it is, and then I can't show you where they'll be. So instead, we're going to do this with the image that we just created. I'm going to close this one up, save the changes. No, I don't want to save because I want to keep the example of the file not finding it. And now I'm going to show you what this links panel is all about. So how do we find these links? Well, first of all, if I want to find a panel that's missing, well, mine already opened because I did that, but if you want to find a panel that's missing, you would go up to the word window and open up any panel that's missing. So you could go ahead and say and find the links panel right there. So up to the top, Mac users will find it way up at the top where they found the InDesign word, and PC users will find it here. The word window opens any panel that's missing. So I'm going to go ahead and open the links panel that way. But another way to do it would be to go over here and see how it says option click to open links panel. It's giving you information there. So if I hold down the option or alt, it's alt if you're on a PC, and click this link, it also opens a links panel. Okay, so that's different ways. It's how do we find the links? And now that this links panel is truly important, now it's telling me, okay, where is this photo? And I hover over it and it tells me this photo is linked and it lives in Macintosh hard drive users, Diana Musacchio downloads, follow, download, It is finding the whole path. This is the path to that photo in my computer. So for you guys, it should be saying, if it's a Mac, it'll say Macintosh users, your name, and whatever it might say, downloads folder. If it's a PC, it'll say, you know, whatever it'll say. It'll probably say C drive downloads and all that kind of stuff. Is that working for you guys? That this photo is telling you where it lives? Any questions? All right, there's much more information that we're going to get out of this panel, but we're going to keep working on this whole linked concept later. But the most important thing I wanted to show you is that you can tell always if its image is linked or not, if it has that little click there. There is a slight possibility every now and then, there's a reason every now and then to actually embed the photo instead of linking. If you embed the photo, the InDesign document has the photo in it, and you just move the design document around and it'll bring the photos with it. But in this case, this InDesign document, this one that we made, is linked, and 99% of any InDesign documents you're going to make are going to have a linked image. So if you move this InDesign document around, you have to also move its image. You have to move at this point 2 files because the file is not in it. And if I were to just say, oh, here, Nima, take my InDesign and print it, and I only give you the InDesign, well, Nima, you would have the photo because you also downloaded these photos. But if you were like a printer and I send them to you and I didn't send the photo, they wouldn't be able to print it because they would only have a little preview image and they would be missing the actual file. Does that make sense, you guys? At this point, this file needs 2 files to move. Or if it were this thing, it needs, 45 files because there's 45 photos in it plus the InDesign file. Got it? That's why you need to have a bundle, and we're going to learn how to do those bundles and how that works. There's another huge advantage, and I'm down to 2 more minutes left, which is if I embed them, which is rarely happens, you should rarely embed. If I do embed it, then this photo becomes, whatever I do to it, it's now distinct from the original file, from the source file. So anything I do to it won't affect the source file. On the other hand, and I'm just going to show you this so that you have the concept in your brain, you can think about it until next week. On the other hand, right now, if I were to do anything to this image in Photoshop, so I'm going to go ahead and open this image in Photoshop. Give me a second. This is just demo because I don't have time for you guys to do it. I'm going to open this image in Photoshop. Here it is. I'm going to double click on it and open this exact image. It's the same one that I linked. I hope I linked it from the right folder. I hope I did. Say that I were to do some weird thing and change all the colors of this image, right, into something completely different. And I were to save that. As long as I linked it from the right place. Hold on. You'll all learn how to do this later, but right now I'm just kind of showing you. If I now go into my InDesign, see how there's a warning here. It's not a link anymore. That warning is telling me, wait a minute, something's wrong with this file. You have modified it. So when I click over it, it'll say modified. The file has been modified in Photoshop. Since this file is the same one, it says click to update. So I'm going to click to update, and there we go. That photo that I photographed, that I modified in Photoshop, truly is this file. And so boom, now it's been modified in InDesign. Does that make sense? It is truly, this is just showing me that image that I've just worked in Photoshop. Okay, so right now you'll learn how to do all this. I just wanted you to understand the concept, because all these documents that we're going to make are going to be linked into InDesign, and we're going to modify them in their original program, and then that will be reflected when I update that in my InDesign. So say I have a logo in here and I have it installed and I show it to my boss, and my boss goes, I don't like it in blue. I would like that logo in red. I'll just go to Illustrator, put my Illustrator, change my color in Illustrator, make it red. And then I'd come into InDesign and update, and boom, my logo would appear red. Does that make sense? That's the main connection we're going to make. Similarly, if I have an Illustrator inside of Photoshop and I need that to change, I will have to double click and go into Illustrator to modify it. And then in Illustrator, it'll update. So this happens across all programs. Linked files connect to each other, but don't embed. Okay. All right. For now, if you want, I forgot to tell you to make screenshots all day long. So can you guys please do a screenshot of this placed photo? I should have had you do screenshots of the photo and the different position, 1 or 2 photos. If you can still go and, distort it or something, do 1 or 2 screenshots of that, go ahead. But at the very least, make a screenshot. I'm going to undo that and undo that and undo that, so that I can go back to the regular color. So that we can post something in the Padlet, and then I'll let you go. You're welcome to stay behind for questions as usual. I'm going to put the Padlet link here in the chat. Go ahead and take a couple of screenshots and before you close, and then we'll get to do this next week. I just wanted you guys to begin to understand this concept, which is like a fundamental concept of how to create things across all 3 applications. Any questions?
Oh yeah, can you remind me how to screenshot on Mac?
Yeah, it's Shift Command 4. Shift Command 4. Awesome. Where's my mouse? Shift Command 4. It gives you this little hair, crosshairs, and you can screenshot like that. Another option, it would be nice if we opened like the pages, and then you do a screenshot, Shift Command 4, and you kind of grab all that. That includes the bleeds and stuff like that. Yeah, I actually created a different link here. So I'm going to go ahead and look at the link. That's another screenshot for links, just different concepts that we've been talking about. All right, if you want to save this file, go ahead and save it. Other than that, we're going to recreate this because all it all it is one placed image. We're going to recreate this next week and start from scratch. And this time we're going to actually create a product next Monday, Tuesday. This is a Tuesday, Thursday class. All right. Any other questions? Nope. Life is good. For those of you who are using VDI, you need to back out from VDI. So did it work, Victoria? Were you able to install your own applications? You have your own stuff on your computer now, or you're working on
I
it?
have the InDesign, but the bridge is saying that it's downloading and it's only at like 2%.
Okay, well,
So
yeah, you
I'll
have
have it by
time between
next
here and
round.
next week to download of them. Mark,
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
can
call
I-
as soon as we're done here and just have them help me download what showed up, so.
yeah, so I'm thinking today is Thursday afternoon. They're still there. I can try to help you now a little bit to see if I can set you a little bit right with that. But if not, yeah, if it's gonna go long, you can go and do it with tech support. You want to try, have me help you a little bit, or do you want to just?
Sure, I can,
go ahead
well,
and
I'll bring it
connect
up, bring it up here on the, yeah, I'll wait till
Yeah,
everybody.
so everyone, I'm gonna help him try to set up his application. So if you guys have any other questions, please do so. Other than that, you want to watch how I do it, great. Otherwise, you're free to go. Have a great weekend, and I'll see you next Tuesday. If you do anything over the weekend with any of these applications, please post them into Padlet. Okay? All right. Bye there. All right, so Mark, go ahead and share your screen.
Something's strange here, now I can't find. Now I can't find.
There it is.
I saved what they sent me.
Go to your inbox. Oh, you saved it in a different place?
Well, I archived
Oh.
and start.
Let me see. Okay, I had requested. Oh, did she or not? I had requested somebody to forward me the email that they got. Oh, Victoria just left. Anyone else who got that email? I would like to get it so I can read. Oh, here it is. Julie send it to me. It says, get started with the Pro Edition. Is that the email you got? Because then I have it.
I not only archived it, I archived and started, and now they're both, it's gone from both.
Well,
How is that possible?
I'm looking at your, I don't know how it's gone from your archive or not, but you can go ahead and search. It would have come from, would it have come from Adobe or from FCC?
College Adobe, yeah.
You would have got one from both. You would have got one from Adobe and one from the College Buys or FCC.
I never would have trashed it. I specifically put both into archive and start both. I don't know why they're not even on here. I don't know what to say.
Go do a search. Go up there where it says search and archive. Click off the search. Go into up the top where above where it says search and archive. Now down there, that white box is right under there. Yeah, it says search and archive. See that? Now, click off the archive so it doesn't search only in archive in case you put it in a different place. Click that little X so it gets rid of the archive. Yeah, and now just write Adobe. Click in there and write Adobe. Let's see if we find something from Adobe. So click in there and write Adobe, and it'll search everything. If the file has any info from Adobe, not search the web, search Adobe, get 50% of design techniques homework. Think EDU support. There you go. I think EDU support, that's the one that came to you from, yeah. Can you move this thing over a little bit? Because I can't see the ending of the email. Can you go up to the pink bar and just drag it over a little bit to the left? There you go. Just a little, enough so that we can see the whole thing. All right, thank you. Your status has been verified. Your order is in the process. Okay, so this one isn't it. This one's just.
Yeah, that's not the one.
That's okay. That's okay. So now let's go up to the top, and instead of Adobe, let's write the word orders, because it came from something that's called orders. See, so let's write
Adobe orders.
delete Adobe, delete the word Adobe. And let's go ahead and see orders. Go down to ThinkEDU support right there. Click on that and let's see if you got there we go. Order email, case
That looks like it.
created. All right,
I
thank
think
you
it's
for your
just-
college buys. So click on that one.
Mhm.
Yeah, and let's see. Thank you for your college
No.
buys. Let's scroll down. Let's see, because it looks like you created a case there. So click on the case that you've created. The second one on the left side says ThinkEDU support, like the second email. This isn't it. This is, click on that one. Thank you. A member will be with you as soon as possible. Okay, so this one is still not the one that tells you how to install.
I brought up the other one this morning, and now it's not even on there.
All right, so let's go up. Let's go up to the top, and instead of support, let's go ahead and write, I don't know, try instead of Adobe, try Creative Cloud. Go ahead and write creative. Get rid of that word first. Delete the think support, click on backwards so that think support deletes. Yeah. And now try Creative Cloud. I don't know. Let's see if something says that. Now Creative Cloud, Creative, TIVE. Yeah, no, it's not coming. So go ahead and write Adobe again, and let's search for Adobe again, because if not, we're going to have to go into your trash and see if maybe by mistake you trashed it.
Yeah, I would never trash
Okay.
any of this.
Hit return. Well, sometimes things happen by mistake. Then Adobe, no, it's not there. Nothing came to you from Adobe.
No, I can try
And
my
let me
well,
see.
if it's in the trash, it would have been trashed this morning. So it
Go ahead
couldn't-
and write
couldn't go there.
notifications. Go ahead and delete Adobe and write notifications, because I'm looking at Julie's email came to her from something called notifications. Okay, just hit return to see if something comes up. Cottage, nope, some news, nope, nothing, shoot. Go back
No,
ahead and
I'll
go
look
back.
at trash. I'll try trash. I don't, this is.
Yeah, so go ahead and
This is really
go-
crazy.
go scroll to the left a little bit, and let's see if we can click on your trash box and see if we can find something in the trash. So get rid of the notifications first, otherwise you'll be confined to only what's in your notifications. So get rid of that. And then we need to see a little bit. Don't click on the arrow, because that'll take you out of your email. Just kind of
Oh.
scroll sideways. We need to go to the left and see all of your inbox and all that again, like we were seeing before. Yeah. Huh. What are you using? Oh, you're in Yahoo.
Oh,
I need to be able to see that thing that's hiding there. Yeah, on the left side. Let's go to your trash. Click on your trash on there. And let's hope it's there. Jody, board game yesterday. Yahoo, scroll down there. Amazon Ace. November 29th. So you deleted out never return, so it's probably still be there. Keep going. When did you receive it? Some days ago. Yikes. It's not in your trash. Okay, do you remember when you got this email? It doesn't look, if it's November 28th, that's yesterday. Did you trash?
They must have given it to me Tuesday. I'm pretty sure
let's
it
go
showed-
back
it
into
showed-
your,
It showed up Tuesday.
okay, let's go back to inbox. And let's scroll down to, the date. Scroll down until you get to about Tuesday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Let's see. Scroll down.
This is where I thought I would have put it.
CDU, so, okay, ThinkEDU support, that's your order. It says ThinkEDU support order. So that's from November 27th, 3 days ago. Hi, Mark, thank you for your college buys order. So it
That's
seems
fine,
to
yeah.
me that it's telling you to wait. Are you sure you got more? Is this the one you got? Because this one is still telling
I
you.
had one that had the instructions of like.
Oh, there it says, the email will come from message@adobe.com. It says, watch for an email with the subject line access is granted. The email will come from message@adobe.com. So that's the email that we should have gotten. So let's go ahead up in the top and right, access is granted. And let's see if at the top where it says a search, basically this email is telling you that it's going to be called access is granted and it'll come
Where
from
do you
message
see-
in Adobe.
where do you see
So
search?
oh, in the email, the second paragraph says, please watch for an email with the subject line, access is granted, enjoy all apps now, right?
Okay.
The email will come from message@adobe.com. Make sure to check your spam or junk folder if you don't find it in your inbox. So let's
Well,
go ahead
then there
and
it was that whole thing that said, it had said, we advise you to save it into your computer because it will erase at the end of the semester. So I mean, the
Yeah.
whole page was on there about everything. And I don't know how many
Well-
times I tried to do it myself.
if until I find that email, I can't help you, but I don't see it in your inbox. But let's go search, go up to the top where it says find messages, documents, photos, or people, and let's write access is granted. And let's see if just the actual name of the file,
Access to what?
access is granted. Click enter. No, it's truly not there. We're searching for everything there, and you say you received it, but I don't see it.
Well,
And
I've
it's not in
been
your
through
trash.
I tried to go through the process. I don't know, and I archived it, started everything. Now it's not in the archive or started. This is bizarre.
Oh, duh. You're in your Yahoo mail. This would have been received in your pipeline. Oh, my brain isn't going. Of course you won't find it here.
You know, I
You-
should really explain something to you. I should have said this. I'm recovering from a TBI. And it was
Yeah.
after I came out of the coma, I was in the twilight zone for 14 years. And the brain doctors are telling me that the light bulb between my ears just came back on at the beginning of October. So I'm just
Wow.
I'm back among you guys now after 14. I was only in the coma for 30 days, for 3 weeks.
Wow.
I was in the twilight zone for 14 years, and now I'm back among you guys since the beginning of October. So
Wow.
and so it's good to be back. I said, you guys got a weird planet here. And
Well, all I'm going to say is that's not only an amazing story, but I hadn't noticed this until now either. So that duh was to me. But I
Well,
also
no,
want to
you-
say is really,
I don't know how to tell you how this, like on Tuesday, I must have learned 15 things that didn't even really have to do with class. I learned to think about the computer that I was so grateful to you for. I still am. And it was just I could have taken semesters of classes and you did it all. And what was really great is on Tuesday, the very thing about 10:45, you started showing some things, which is exactly what the brain doctors have wanted me to do in terms of art. And I am so grateful to be in your class.
Awesome.
It's-
I want to tell you, I am so grateful for your story for this other reason. Last week, my best friend's daughter entered into a coma and she was on life support and she just got out of life support and she's now having all these other issues, but she just got out of her coma and we're all like bated breath to see how she recovers. So to hear you speak and tell me about how you are here, you're recovering, you're taking a complicated class, I'm just like, I feel like crying because I have some hope that this will work for
Oh,
her.
yeah.
So I'm getting all emotional. So anyway, yay. Thank you for
What I'll
sharing
do-
that. And let's go into your school email. That's where you'll find it now. Okay, so let's go in here and let's hit. That's just such a powerful story. All right, so let's head over to in the right. No, not that one. That's your personal email. No. Don't click there. That go. Okay, we're gonna back out
Okay,
because you just went into
back.
your personal email. Back out. Yeah. Yeah, and there you go. Now this is your cool. Now you're in your school email. Okay, over to the right side in the middle of this page, you'll see at the very top it says email. Up. Actually, maybe that was your Gmail because you have a Yahoo. So it could have been that it was your school. But yeah, click on that email there. That for sure we get into your. All right.
There it is.
Good. There it is, Adobe. Get started with the Pro Edition. Woohoo! College buys Adobe
Please
download
download it.
instructions. That's what we needed. Okay, click on that one.
This is it. There it is. I knew I did. I knew I screwed up, and not that bad.
I was like, well, you must have had it. You got the thing. It's just, of course, pipeline. Okay, so follow download instructions. Okay, so let's scroll down. And let's start reading it. In fact, can you right now forward this email to me? Because the one that she
Yes.
sent me is the second one. I need this one. I need to see this one. So can you go ahead
Okay.
and give me a
I'll
little
forward it.
forward before we even go? Yeah, forward there. And then if you start writing my name, DEM, since I've been writing to you, it'll pop in. There it is, Deanna Wasaki Pipeline. Click on that top one. Yep. And press send. And scroll down a bit to send. Scroll down to the bottom. The send will be at the very bottom. So scroll down and send. Okay, good. At least I'll have it. That's good. Now let's go up again and let's follow the instructions. All right, let's scroll up again and read the instructions now. I just wanted to get it so that there's no, if for any reason it's missing or whatever, I'll have it. Okay, so welcome. You should receive it. Looks like screen below. And click get started. You should have received one when you act. Okay, so scroll up a little bit. Creative Cloud Apps, desktop, Irmanda promotions section. Otherwise, if you did go to this, so just go ahead and go to that, click on that link that says, if you did not receive it, go to Creative Cloud Adobe. Okay, click on that link. Because maybe you got it or not, but at this point, we know that it's here. So.
I kid you not, I must have clicked on that 5 times already. I mean, or just since
all right, no,
Tuesday.
this is good. So let's go ahead and see creative. Let's go for a second into that little blue round ball that you have on the right of this window. You see the little kind of like a Pac-Man ball go up. Yeah, that one. Let's click on that and let's see. You are, it looks like you're signed in. So that's good.
Well, I downloaded
Adobe.
Bridge and Photoshop and Creative Cloud and 2 others. So
hold on, we're gonna go check that. Click first on your Adobe account. I want to first make sure, click on Adobe account. I want to make sure that this is your school account. Give me a sec. Like, meaning it's the one that'll give you access correctly. So give me a quick, come to your account, edit. Adobe Enterprise FCC. Okay. FC Santa Barbara City College versus it hasn't assigned any apps or services to your account. Okay, go back, leave this tab open and go back to the tab up on top, the left tab that says all apps, the one in between, one to the right. The next tab to the one in the middle, like that one. Nope, you're skipping the one that says all apps Adobe, one to the right. Yeah, that one. Click on that one. But you need to go mouse a little bit lower down for it to click on the word all apps. It needs to brighten there. Perfect. Okay, let's scroll down a bit. Yeah, it looks like you're in. It's trying to make you to buy them. Okay, so let's go over there where it says Mark Snow. Adobe account and go down and say sign out.
who the heck does this
Up
thing
above,
out?
where it
Okay.
says your name, go down and say sign out.
All right.
We're gonna sign you in again, and this is what I did with Julie, and it worked. I sign you out, and then we're gonna sign you in again, but to the FCCC account. You're in the City College, so go ahead and click in there and put in your pipeline email address. line.sbcc.edu. Okay, continue. Okay, continue again. That's just checking that you are good. And now, this is the key. You got to sign into FCCCC Community College Consortium, it's called. Foundation for California, the top one. Nah! You clicked on the wrong one. That's the
okay,
thing. Now we gotta sign out again. You go the top one, the Foundation for California Community Colleges. So now when you're in, it's again gonna give you the option to buy. So now try again. Nope, pipeline, yeah, continue. But since you didn't sign out, I'm not sure if it's gonna work. I think you need to sign out first. Yeah, go.
What, sign in again?
Yeah, go ahead and put in your pipeline email address.
There it is right there.
Yeah, go ahead and say continue. I think since you didn't sign out, it might not be working. You need to, let's see. It's gonna sign you in as the City College one, which is the one that now, the top one, FCCC Foundation, that one. Click on that one.
You know, that's definitely where I went wrong before, because I just
It's a simple change. I was like, sign personal. Oh, this is a personal. They've changed it. Now it doesn't say personal. It says FCCC Foundation for Community Colleges. So that was the problem. Okay,
Yes.
so now hopefully you're in the right one. Let's scroll down and let's see if instead of buying, it says download. Scroll down a bit. Yeah, download. Good. You're in the good one now. All right, so starting with on the left, top left, scroll down a little bit first. Tiny bit down again because you're missing one. So go up a little bit again.
down and up.
Yeah, there. So Creative Cloud. See where it says download?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so start with that one. Then
Okay, that I understand. So
okay, then install L4. And there we go. Now it'll work. And then by
I gotta go.
download section of your
Those are the ones
browser.
that see all those? Those are the ones that I already downloaded on this.
Yeah, but those are the ones that weren't. Those are the ones that were free. Now you're able to
Well,
install
I'm
the
not-
ones that aren't free.
Well, I'm not worried about those I can do. I'm just trying to get the not trying to install iCloud, right? I'm trying to install it into my
No, but the
computer.
iCloud is it's okay. The iCloud is something that allows you to control all the apps instead of going online. So that was one, but now go backwards, go back again. And now download Photoshop and download Illustrator and download InDesign and download Bridge. And it'll take a while, right? So keep going down and keep going back and click download on all of them. Oh,
You know, well, I can do all
sign in again.
I can do all those. I can do all those later, but
Photoshop. See, let me just show you. Go back to your downloads. Let me just show you something. Go back to those downloads that you were just showing me. Go to the little download icon on the right side. Stop for a minute. Don't do anything. Go up to where you see a little M with your purple M little ball. Okay. Move to the left to the little downwards arrow icon. 2 down. To the left. No. Up there where the M is, way up there where the M is, go to the left.
Yeah.
There's a little like square thing, and then there's a blue arrow going down. Go to that one, to the left. Just scooch over your mouse to the left. No, that's down.
Oh.
To the left. That one. Yeah, click on that. Okay, that's showing everything you've downloaded. I want to show you that what you downloaded was Premiere Rush Setup, which is free, Photoshop Express Setup, which is free, Bridge Setup, those are free. You don't have any of the ones that, because you didn't have your paid version yet. So all of that, don't bother to install it. That's the download, but don't install them. The only one you need to install now is the Creative Cloud and the Photoshop up on top. Those two are the paid ones. See that? Photoshop.
Right.
And now you need to go and click again on Illustrator and InDesign. And once they are downloaded, then we can go into the downloads folder and begin to set them all up one by one. Okay?
Whoa, but wait a minute. I can do that anytime. But that much I understand. But why do I not? So does that mean I have the am I no longer on VDI?
You will be able to not be anymore on VDI. When you install these on your computer, You will
Right.
not have to go to VDI anymore. You will have the computer, you will have the files that you will open them straight
Well, that's what
from.
isn't that what we're doing now? How do I get it onto?
Yeah. Yeah, but they're not installed. Right now, they just downloaded like a file downloaded into your computer. Now you need to go to
Okay.
that file, you need to double click on it and it'll open up and it'll do the whole process of installation. This is just, you received the file. It's like you received a banana. Now you need to unpeel it and open it up and make it work. Okay. So this
Okay.
downloading is not installing. Okay.
Right.
Downloading is just downloading.
I
Up
understand,
until
I
now, you
understand.
only have two things downloaded that you need, the cloud and the Photoshop. You need to keep
Okay.
downloading the rest. But now go ahead and if you want to double click on that thing that says Creative Cloud, and that will begin the process of setting it up. Okay, so go up, go to the top, the last one. Yeah, go ahead and double click on that one. Now it's working. See that little circle is just taking its time. It's, you know, that it's a bit slow. The other way to do that, instead of doing it from there, is to actually go into your Finder. But this is good. Install Creative Cloud, continue. And you're going to have to go do that to each one of those files. You're going to have to go in once you download also Illustrator, InDesign. And so go ahead, click continue. Because this is going to be really slow when you're sharing your screen. So I'm going to just tell you what you need to do next, and then I'm going to stop the share. This same thing you're doing here, you'll have to do to each one of them. Okay, so it says, go ahead and sign in. And each time that it says sign in with your pipeline. And if it asks you which one, it's the FCCC California Community College. It is not Santa Barbara City College. Okay. So keep doing that again and again and again. You have to do it for each application that you install.
No problem. And
so now
and
do
the
that
document-
here, put the whole pipeline. What?
but the installing, have we installed it now? Have we installed
No,
anything?
this is the process of installing. It says install Creative Cloud. It won't let you install it until you sign in again. Each time you need to sign in, they're like, huh, are you sure it's you? Show me again, show me again, show me again. They're kind of repetitive, but you know, it's that's what they're trying to do. Okay, now say continue. Again.
Now this one, this is for my,
Nope, the pipeline is a Google account. This is which is really confusing. It is asking you for your pipeline Google account. mmsnow@pipeline.sbcc.edu. This is also where you might have gone wrong before. People keep putting in their personal emails. Nope, it's the pipeline mmsnow@pipeline.sbcc.edu.
so so far so good. That's this. Snow at pipeline.
At pipeline.sbcc.edu.
Okay, and another thing I was gonna ask Katie to help me with is the that I need to do anyway. Is my regular Google account, which has nothing to do with this.
Yeah.
And my Gmail with pipeline is fine. My other Google account is completely trashed.
Now,
What is it?
when it's this pipeline login that says username, now it only wants the Snow. This is the actual SBCC, and here it only wants your Snow, not the entire thing. It doesn't want your email, it just wants your username. So don't do the go back up, and now enter your school password. I know it seems like repetitive, but each time, the first Adobe wanted to know who you were, then Google wanted to know who you are, now SBCC wants to know who you are. So it's 3 times. And then click on login.
I don't mind.
Okay, looks like your password wasn't entered correctly, so try that again. And this is all the process to install just the Creative Cloud. After that, you'll have to install all the others. But once you're signed in, it might not make you sign in. Okay, now the top one, okay? FCCC, Foundation for California Community Colleges, that one. Okay, looks like this time it's gonna work. Once you're signed into this one, which is kind of like the center, the dashboard for all the apps.
That's what I was
Hopefully,
hoping.
the rest,
I'm glad you said
hopefully
that.
the rest. Yeah, so see now it's finally installing. We finally got to the place where it's installing. Once this one is installed, my hope is that maybe it'll allow you to install the rest without having to sign in 3 times. But if you do, then that's what you need to do. You need to sign into each one 3 times.
I can do that. I can do, if anything.
I'm gonna go ahead.
I'm very patient.
All right. The only one, remember, it's your entire pipeline email address for Google and for Cloud, for Adobe. But when it says SBCC username, it only wants the Snow. The username is Snow. The email is pipeline@sbcc.edu. Okay. That's the only thing you need to keep remembering. All right. That's going to take its time. It's at 3.9. So when it's over and it's all set up.
Let me make sure I got that right. The only one that wants the Snow is the Adobe.
No, school. It'll say the word username. Username is Snow. When it says email,
that I can remember because Adobe is what my account is set up with at Adobe. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, got it.
So Adobe and Google, both of the times they want the entire email address. Only SBCC just wants your username, and that's Snow. But Adobe and Google want the entire thing. But the pipeline one, Snow at pipeline.sbcc.edu.
I've only known you for 3 days, and I like you already.
All right, I'll let you go and hopefully it all works. And if not, you got a good start on this because now you're signed into the right thing. And yeah, good job. I'll see you next week.
Is it safe to say that Tuesdays and today's were both recorded? Because I'm going to redo both classes.
Yes. Yeah. It's all recorded.
Okay.
It's all recorded.
Okay, I'm gonna because I
okay.
got plenty of time.
All right. Take care. Have a great weekend. Bye.
You too. Bye.